Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a peaceful journey through one of medieval England's most fascinating transformations, the story of a warrior king who chose the monastery over the throne, prayer over power, and pilgrimage over politics. I'm so excited to share this remarkable tale with you. And I'd absolutely love to hear from you too. Please don't be shy. Drop a gentle comment below about your favorite historical transformation, or tell me about a time when someone surprised you by choosing a completely different path in life. Your thoughts and stories always brighten my day and help build our wonderful community here. If you find comfort in these soothing historical tales, please give this video a gentle like and consider subscribing to join our ever-growing family of peaceful dreamers. We're creating something truly special together, a place where history meets tranquility, where the past helps us find rest in the present. So settle in, pull your blanket a little closer, and let the soft whispers of 8th century England carry you toward the most restful sleep. Tonight's journey will take us through misty Mercian forests, candlelit monastery halls, and along ancient Roman roads that lead to the eternal city itself. Cenred, later known as the warrior monk king of Mercia, was born around the year 670 into one of the most powerful and turbulent royal dynasties in all of Anglo-Saxon England. The child who would one day shock his kingdom by abandoning earthly power for spiritual devotion entered the world during a time when Christianity and paganism still wrestled for the souls of the English people, when the clang of swords echoed as frequently as church bells, and when kings were expected to die with weapons in their hands rather than prayers on their lips. Picture, if you will, the great hall of Tamworth on a winter's evening in that distant time. The massive oak beams stretch overhead like the ribs of some ancient whale, blackened by generations of hearth smoke. Torches flicker in iron sconces along the walls, casting dancing shadows that seem to tell their own stories of glory and conquest. The air is thick with the scent of roasted meat, ale, and the leather and wool of warriors who have travelled from the farthest corners of Mercia to pledge their loyalty to their king. In this hall, the infant Cenred first opened his eyes to a world shaped by his grandfather's legendary fury and his father's ambitious dreams. His grandfather, Penda of Mercia, had been the last great pagan king of England, a man whose very name could strike terror into Christian hearts from Northumbria to Kent. Penda had been the king-killer, the scourge of Christian kingdoms, a warrior so fierce that even after his death at the Battle of Winwade in 655, his enemies still whispered his name with a mixture of fear and grudging respect. But the world into which Cenred was born was no longer Penda's world. By 670, the old gods were fading like mist before the morning sun, and Christ's cross was rising over Anglo-Saxon England with an inevitability that seemed to surprise even those who welcomed it. Cenred's father, Wulfhere, had embraced Christianity with the same passion his own father had once reserved for Woden and Thor. The transformation was so complete, so dramatic, that it must have seemed to young Cenred like something from the stories the monks told, a miracle of conversion that changed not just a man's heart, but the very nature of kingship itself. Wulfhere was everything a Mercian king should be: tall, strong, blessed with the golden tongue of a poet and the iron arm of a warrior. Under his rule, Mercia had grown from a regional power into what some whispered might become the greatest kingdom in all of Britain. He had conquered the Kentish lands, forced tribute from the West Saxons, and extended Mercian influence as far south as the Isle of Wight and as far north as the Humber. Yet for all his military success, it was perhaps Wulfhere's spiritual transformation that would prove most significant for his young son. The Christianity that Wulfhere embraced was not the gentle, passive faith that some might imagine. This was warrior Christianity, the religion of Constantine and Charlemagne, a faith that spoke of spiritual battles and heavenly kingdoms. With the same fervour it applied to earthly conquests. Wulfhere founded monasteries with the same strategic thinking he applied to founding fortresses. He granted land to bishops as carefully as he distributed rewards to his warband. In Wulfhere's hands, Christianity became not a replacement for royal power, but a new dimension of it. Young Cenred grew up watching his father balance sword and cross, crown and crozier, in ways that would have been unimaginable to his pagan grandfather. The child learned to see holiness not as weakness, but as another form of strength. He witnessed his father's deep devotion, saw how prayer could calm a king's heart before battle, observed how Christian virtue could win loyalty as surely as gold or glory. These early lessons would echo through Cenred's life like the rhythm of monastery bells, quiet but persistent, growing stronger with each passing year. The royal court of Coenred's childhood was a place of fascinating contradictions. Christian prayers opened each day, but the old heroic values still dominated the warrior culture. Monks and scribes worked alongside weaponsmiths and horsemasters. The great hall might echo with Latin hymns in the morning and Saxon war songs by evening. It was a world in transition, balanced precariously between past and future, pagan heritage and Christian destiny. Cenred's mother, Ermenilda, provided another powerful example of faith in action. Daughter of the King of Kent, she had been raised in one of the first Christian courts in Anglo-Saxon England. Her piety was legendary even in an age that produced many holy queens. She possessed that particular combination of gentleness and strength that marked the greatest women of the early medieval church, soft-spoken but firm in her convictions, humble in manner but uncompromising in her faith. From his mother, Cenred learned that true strength sometimes meant knowing when not to fight, that the greatest victories were often won through patience rather than force. Ermenilda's quiet influence in the court was as real as any warrior's sword arm. She founded religious houses, patronized scholars, and created networks of Christian influence that stretched across several kingdoms. When kings and nobles saw how a Christian queen conducted herself, many found their own hearts turning toward the faith. The boy prince absorbed these lessons without perhaps fully understanding their significance. He played with wooden swords in the same courtyard where monks copied scripture. He learned the genealogies of kings alongside the stories of saints. He was taught that a ruler's first duty was to his people, but that his ultimate loyalty belonged to God. These teachings seemed natural enough in childhood, but they would create profound tensions as he grew to manhood and faced the harsh realities of medieval kingship. Tragedy struck the royal household when Cenred was only 5 years old. In 675, while still in the prime of his life and the height of his power, King Wulfhere died suddenly, leaving behind a kingdom that stretched from the Welsh borders to the Thames, a young son too small to rule, and a queen whose heart would soon turn entirely toward heaven. The exact cause of Wulfhere's death remains lost in the mists of history. Perhaps illness, perhaps wounds from battle, perhaps simple exhaustion from the enormous burdens of ruling what had become England's most powerful kingdom. The death of such a king sent shockwaves through the political world of 7th century Britain. Wulfhere had been the linchpin holding together Mercia's complex web of alliances and tributaries. His passing created a dangerous power vacuum at precisely the moment when Northumbria was recovering from its own troubles, and Wessex was beginning to flex its muscles under new leadership. The question of succession became a matter of survival not just for the royal house, but for Mercia itself. In normal times, 5-year-old Cenred might have been proclaimed king with a regent to guide him until he came of age, but these were not normal times. The Mercian nobility Practical men who understood that leadership in battle could not be delegated to guardians or advisors, turned instead to Wulfhere's younger brother, Æthelred. The decision was probably inevitable, but it profoundly shaped the remainder of Cenred's life. Instead of growing up as a reigning king, learning statecraft through practice, he would spend the next 30 years as a prince in waiting, watching his uncle rule the kingdom that should have been his birthright. Æthelred was in many ways similar to his deceased brother, devoutly Christian, militarily capable, politically astute. But where Wulfhere had been expansive and aggressive, Æthelred proved more defensive and contemplative. Perhaps the burden of ruling a kingdom built by others made him more cautious. Perhaps the religious influences that had touched his family were working more deeply in his soul. Whatever the reason, Æthelred's reign would be marked by a gradual shift from conquest toward consolidation, from expansion toward introspection. Young Cenred watched his uncle grapple with the enormous challenges of kingship, rebellious sub-kings, aggressive neighbors, internal disputes among the nobility, the constant need to balance competing interests and personalities. He saw how the crown could age a man prematurely, how the weight of responsibility for thousands of lives could bow even the strongest shoulders. These observations would prove crucial when Cenred finally achieved his own throne, for he understood from boyhood that kingship was as much burden as privilege, as much service as power. The relationship between uncle and nephew appears to have been warm and supportive. Æthelred treated Cenred not as a potential rival, but as a son and heir. The young prince received the finest education available, training in weapons and horsemanship, instruction in law and governance, lessons in Latin and theology from learned monks. He learned to read not just the practical texts a king needed, law codes, charters, diplomatic correspondence, but also the spiritual works that were reshaping Christian thought throughout Europe. Under Æthelred's guidance, Cenred also learned the arts of diplomacy and negotiation that were becoming increasingly important in the complex political landscape of late 7th century England. The days when kingdoms could be ruled through force alone were passing. Successful kings now needed to be part warrior, part diplomat, part judge, and increasingly part spiritual leader for their Christian subjects. Æthelred was grooming his nephew for this new style of kingship, though neither man could have anticipated how completely Cenred would eventually embrace its spiritual dimensions. As Cenred grew from boy to young man, the Christian transformation of Mercia continued to accelerate around him. Churches rose where once pagan temples had stood. Monasteries became centers of learning and culture as important as any royal court. Christian festivals began to mark the rhythm of the agricultural year as surely as the old seasonal celebrations had done. The change was so gradual, so organic, that it must have seemed to those living through it less like conquest than like awakening, as if England itself was slowly opening its eyes to a new understanding of the world and humanity's place in it. The teenage prince found himself particularly drawn to the contemplative aspects of the Christian life. While he remained capable in the martial arts expected of any nobleman, he could handle sword and spear, ride to the hunt, command men in battle. His real passion lay in the quieter pursuits that the new faith encouraged. He spent long hours in the royal chapel, learning from the monks who served as his uncle's chaplains. He began to develop a reputation for fairness and mercy that would mark his later reign. Most significantly, he started to grapple seriously with the tension between Christian teaching and the violent realities of political power. This tension was not merely abstract for a Mercian prince. The kingdom's borders were constantly threatened. Tribute had to be collected from reluctant sub-kings. Justice often meant the sword rather than forgiveness. How could a man serve God faithfully while doing the things that political survival demanded? How could Christian virtue coexist with the brutal pragmatism that kept kingdoms functioning? These questions would haunt Cenred throughout his life, growing more pressing as he assumed greater responsibilities, and finally finding their resolution in his dramatic decision to abandon earthly power altogether. As the 680s gave way to the 690s, Cenred began to play an increasingly active role in his uncle's government. He served as a judge in important legal cases, led diplomatic missions to neighbouring kingdoms, and occasionally commanded military expeditions against raiders or rebels. By all accounts, he performed these duties competently and earned respect for his combination of firmness and fairness. Those who dealt with the prince found him thoughtful, measured in his responses, more likely to seek negotiated solutions than violent ones when circumstances permitted. Yet even as Coenred was establishing his reputation as a capable heir to the Mercian throne, the religious currents that had been reshaping his family for generations were moving toward their climactic moment. His mother, Ermenilda, had become a nun shortly after her husband's death, eventually founding and leading a religious community that became famous throughout England for its piety and learning. His uncle Æthelred was growing increasingly uncomfortable with the worldly aspects of kingship, spending more and more time in prayer and contemplation, consulting with abbots and bishops about matters of spiritual rather than political importance. The stage was being set for the extraordinary drama that would unfold in 704, when Uncle Æthelred would shock the kingdom by abdicating his throne to become a monk, passing the crown at last to his 34-year-old nephew. But before that moment arrived, Cenred would spend several more years learning the intricate art of ruling a Christian kingdom in a world that remained dangerous, uncertain, and full of both earthly temptations and heavenly possibilities. The young man, who would soon become king, carried within himself all the contradictions of his age, the warrior training of his pagan ancestors and the spiritual longings of his Christian upbringing, the practical skills needed for political survival, and the contemplative temperament that would ultimately lead him away from worldly power altogether. In 700, as the new century dawned over Mercia, few could have predicted that within a decade this thoughtful prince would first claim his royal birthright and then surrender it for a monk's cell in Rome. But the seeds of that extraordinary transformation were already growing in the fertile soil of a heart divided between earth and heaven, between duty and desire, between the kingdom of Mercia and the kingdom of God. The early years of the 8th century brought subtle but significant changes to the political landscape of Anglo-Saxon England. As Cenred entered his 30s, the careful balance of power that his uncle Æthelred had maintained for nearly 3 decades was beginning to shift in ways that would soon create opportunities, challenges, and ultimately the crisis that would propel the thoughtful prince toward his unexpected destiny. The first sign of coming upheaval appeared in 702, when the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records a mysterious event that has puzzled historians for centuries. According to the brief entry, Cenred assumed the government of the Southumbrians, a cryptic statement that raises more questions than it answers. Who were these Southumbrians? Why did they choose Cenred as their leader, rather than recognizing his uncle Æthelred's continued authority? And what did this development mean for the future of Mercian unity? The most likely explanation is that Southumbrians referred to the Mercian peoples who lived south of the River Humber, perhaps the Middle Angles, or the inhabitants of Lindsey, or some other regional grouping within the greater Mercian kingdom. These people may have grown restless under Æthelred's increasingly passive rule, longing for the more aggressive leadership style that had characterized earlier Mercian kings like Penda and Wulfhere. In choosing Coenred as their king, they may have been expressing a preference for what they hoped would be a return to more assertive royal leadership. For Cenred himself, This development must have been both exhilarating and deeply troubling. On one hand, it represented his first real taste of independent royal authority, his first chance to prove himself as something more than merely his uncle's heir. The Southumbrians' choice validated his capabilities and suggested that his reputation for competence and fairness had spread beyond the immediate circle of the royal court. Here was an opportunity to demonstrate that he possessed the qualities necessary for effective kingship. On the other hand, accepting the Southumbrians' offer placed Cenred in the awkward position of appearing to challenge his uncle's authority, even if that had never been his intention. The situation required delicate handling to avoid creating a damaging rift within the royal family or providing opportunities for Mercia's enemies to exploit internal divisions. Cenred's response to this challenge would provide the first real test of his political wisdom and family loyalty. The evidence suggests that Cenred managed this potentially explosive situation with remarkable skill and grace. Rather than asserting independent authority in direct opposition to his uncle, he seems to have presented his leadership of the Southumbrians as a form of regional governance that remained subordinate to Æthelred's overall authority as king of all Mercia. This arrangement allowed the restless southern territories to enjoy more direct royal attention, while preserving the kingdom's fundamental unity and avoiding any suggestion of rebellion or disloyalty. Æthelred's acceptance of this arrangement reveals much about both his political wisdom and his evolving spiritual priorities. A more worldly king might have seen Cenred's regional authority as a threat to be eliminated, but Æthelred appears to have recognized that his nephew's assumption of responsibility for the Southumbrians actually strengthened rather than weakened the kingdom as a whole. The aging king was increasingly drawn towards spiritual contemplation, and sharing the burdens of governance with his capable heir allowed him to focus more attention on the matters of faith and conscience that were becoming central to his identity. For 2 years, this unusual arrangement functioned smoothly. Cenred governed his southern territories with a combination of firmness and justice that earned him widespread respect and loyalty. He dealt effectively with local disputes, managed relationships with sub-kings and tribal leaders, and maintained the military readiness necessary to defend Mercian interests against external threats. His success in these responsibilities provided valuable preparation for the much greater challenges that awaited him. During this period, Cenred also began to grapple more seriously with the spiritual questions that would ultimately define his reign and his legacy. Leading a portion of the kingdom brought him face to face with the practical difficulties of applying Christian principles to the harsh realities of political power. How should a Christian king respond to aggression from pagan neighbors? What was the proper balance between mercy and justice in dealing with criminals and rebels? How could royal authority serve God's purposes while still maintaining the respect and loyalty of warriors whose primary values remained those of the heroic age? These were not merely abstract theological questions for a young king trying to rule according to Christian principles. Every decision Cenred made, every judgment he rendered, every alliance he negotiated, every military action he authorized, required him to navigate the complex intersection of faith and politics that defined Christian kingship in the early medieval world. His thoughtful approach to these challenges earned him a reputation for wisdom and fairness that would serve him well in the greater trials ahead. The political arrangement that had worked successfully for 2 years came to its dramatic conclusion in 704, when King Æthelred made an announcement that shocked the kingdom and transformed Cenred's life forever. After ruling Mercia for 29 years, the king declared his intention to abdicate the throne and enter monastic life. The decision was unprecedented in Mercian history and rare enough in the broader Anglo-Saxon world to be considered almost revolutionary. Æthelred's abdication was not the result of military defeat, political crisis, or personal scandal. Instead, it represented the culmination of a spiritual journey that had been decades in the making. The king, who had inherited his brother's earthly kingdom, had gradually come to believe that his true calling lay in seeking the kingdom of heaven. The warrior, who had defended Mercia's borders with sword and shield, now felt called to take up different weapons in what he saw as a more important battle, the struggle for his own soul and the souls of his people. The announcement sent shockwaves through the political world of Anglo-Saxon England. Kings were expected to die on their thrones or fall in battle, not to abandon their responsibilities for the contemplative life. Some critics whispered that Æthelred had grown weak or cowardly, that he was fleeing from the burdens of leadership rather than embracing a higher calling. Others wondered whether the kingdom could survive such an unprecedented transition, whether Cenred possessed the strength and experience necessary to hold together what his uncle was voluntarily abandoning. For Cenred himself, his uncle's decision created a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He had spent his entire adult life preparing for eventual kingship, but he had assumed that transition would come naturally through inheritance after Æthelred's death, not through voluntary abdication while the king still lived. The sudden acceleration of his destiny was both thrilling and terrifying. At 34, he was mature enough to understand the enormous responsibilities he was about to assume, but young enough to feel daunted by their magnitude. The transfer of power took place with remarkable smoothness, suggesting that Æthelred had planned the transition carefully and that Cenred enjoyed widespread support among the Mercian nobility. The religious ceremony that marked Cenred's coronation as king of all Mercia emphasized both the Christian nature of his authority and the continuity with his predecessors. Bishops and abbots joined warriors and nobles in pledging their loyalty to the new king, symbolizing the fusion of spiritual and temporal authority that characterized Christian kingship. Cenred's first acts as king revealed both his political wisdom and his spiritual priorities. He confirmed the appointments and land grants made by his predecessors, reassuring the nobility that his reign would bring stability rather than upheaval. He renewed existing alliances with friendly kingdoms while sending diplomatic messages to potential enemies, making clear that Mercia's new leadership would be peaceful when possible, but firm when necessary. Most significantly, he demonstrated his commitment to the Christian transformation of his kingdom by confirming and expanding grants of land and privileges to churches and monasteries. Yet, even as Cenred was establishing his authority as king, the example of his uncle's dramatic abdication was working powerfully on his imagination. Æthelred had shown that earthly power was not the ultimate goal of human existence, that there were higher callings than kingship, greater achievements than military conquest, more lasting rewards than temporal glory. The former king's peaceful retirement to Bardney Abbey, where he would spend his remaining years in prayer and contemplation, provided a compelling alternative to the traditional heroic ideal that had long dominated Anglo-Saxon culture. The new king found himself ruling a kingdom that was simultaneously at the height of its power and the beginning of its spiritual transformation. Mercia controlled vast territories stretching from Wales to the North Sea, commanded the loyalty of numerous sub-kings and tributary peoples, and possessed the wealth and military strength to compete with any kingdom in Britain. Yet this earthly success was accompanied by a growing emphasis on heavenly values that would increasingly challenge traditional assumptions about the nature and purpose of royal authority. Cenred's early reign was marked by his efforts to balance these competing demands. He maintained Mercia's military readiness, dealt firmly with challenges to royal authority, and pursued the diplomatic initiatives necessary to preserve his kingdom's interests. At the same time, he devoted considerable attention to religious matters, consulting regularly with bishops and abbots, supporting the construction and endowment of churches and monasteries, and seeking to govern according to Christian principles, even when those principles conflicted with political convenience. The young king's approach to governance reflected the profound influence of his family's spiritual journey. Unlike his grandfather Penda, who had seen Christianity as a foreign threat to traditional values, or even his father Wulfhere, who had embraced the new faith primarily as a tool of statecraft, Cenred viewed his Christian convictions as the fundamental source of his authority and the ultimate guide for his actions. This perspective would shape every aspect of his reign and ultimately lead him toward the same radical decision that his uncle had made. As 704 gave way to 705, King Coenred faced the enormous challenge of proving himself worthy of the throne he had inherited under such unusual circumstances. The political world was watching to see whether the thoughtful prince who had governed the Southumbrians so effectively could successfully manage the much greater complexities of ruling all Mercia. His enemies were looking for signs of weakness that might provide opportunities for aggression. His subjects were wondering whether their new king possessed the strength and wisdom necessary to protect their interests and preserve their prosperity. The early signs were encouraging. Cenred's combination of firm leadership and spiritual sensitivity seemed to strike exactly the right note for a kingdom undergoing Christian transformation. His court attracted scholars and holy men, as well as warriors and politicians, creating an intellectual and spiritual atmosphere that enhanced Mercia's prestige throughout Christian Europe. The king's personal reputation for justice and mercy encouraged peaceful resolution of disputes that might otherwise have led to violence and instability. Yet beneath the surface success of these early years, deeper currents were already stirring that would ultimately carry Cenred toward his own renunciation of worldly power. The example of his uncle's peaceful retirement continued to work on his imagination. The daily responsibilities of Christian kingship created constant tension between spiritual ideals and political necessities. Most importantly, the king was beginning to discover that earthly authority, no matter how justly exercised, could never fully satisfy the spiritual longings that had been awakened by his deep study of Christian teaching and his personal relationship with God. The stage was set for the remarkable drama that would unfold over the next 5 years, as the king, who had assumed his throne with such promise and apparent destiny, would gradually come to question whether earthly power was truly compatible with the Christian life he felt called to live. The warrior king, who had inherited the greatest kingdom in Anglo-Saxon England, would eventually conclude that his most important battle was not against earthly enemies, but against the spiritual forces that threatened his own soul and the souls of his people. The early years of Cenred's reign were marked by the constant tension that defined medieval kingship, the delicate balance between peace and war, between the Christian ideal of turning the other cheek, and the practical necessity of defending one's kingdom with sword and shield. As the young king settled into his role as protector of Mercia's vast territories, he quickly discovered that the romantic notions of chivalrous kingship taught by court poets bore little resemblance to the harsh realities of 8th century politics. The first major challenge to Cenred's authority came from the west, where the Welsh kingdoms had never fully accepted Mercian dominance over the borderlands. These Celtic peoples, fierce in their independence and resentful of Anglo-Saxon expansion into territories they considered their ancestral heritage, saw the transition from the experienced Æthelred to the untested Cenred as an opportunity to reclaim lost ground. Throughout 705 and 706, raiding parties struck deep into western Mercia, burning farms, carrying off cattle, and challenging the new king to respond. For Cenred, these Welsh incursions represented more than mere border skirmishes. They were a direct test of his credibility as a war leader. In the harsh world of early medieval politics, a king who could not protect his people's property and lives would quickly lose their loyalty. The Mercian nobility, many of whom had harbored doubts about the wisdom of Æthelred's abdication, were watching carefully to see whether their new ruler possessed the steel necessary for effective kingship. The young king's response revealed both his military competence and his evolving approach to Christian leadership. Rather than launching immediately into the kind of devastating retaliatory raids that his predecessors might have favored, Cenred first attempted diplomatic solutions. He sent envoys to the Welsh princes, offering to confirm existing treaties and negotiate new agreements that might address their grievances without resort to warfare. This approach reflected his genuine desire to rule as a Christian prince, seeking peace when possible and viewing war as a last resort rather than a first option. When diplomacy failed to halt the raids, however, Cenred proved himself fully capable of more decisive action. The military expedition he led into the Welsh territories in late 706 demonstrated that his Christian convictions had not made him soft or hesitant in defending his people's interests. The campaign was swift, effective, and sufficiently forceful to convince the Welsh princes that their new neighbour was not the weakling they had hoped to find. Yet even in victory, Cenred's conduct reflected his spiritual values. He avoided unnecessary destruction, treated prisoners with mercy, and sought to establish lasting peace rather than merely inflicting punishment. The successful resolution of the Welsh crisis established Cenred's reputation as a competent military leader, but it also deepened his personal struggle with the moral complexities of Christian kingship. The king, who had reluctantly taken up arms to protect his people, found himself haunted by questions about the compatibility of violence with his faith. How could a man who had sworn to follow the Prince of Peace justify leading armies into battle? Was there truly such a thing as a just war? Or were all acts of violence ultimately contrary to God's will? These theological questions might have remained merely academic for a less reflective ruler, but Coenred possessed the kind of contemplative temperament that refused to leave such matters unexamined. He spent long hours in consultation with the learned monks and bishops who served as his spiritual advisors, searching the scriptures and the writings of the church fathers for guidance on the proper relationship between Christian faith and political authority. The answers he found were complex and sometimes contradictory, reflecting the ongoing struggle within Christian thought to reconcile the ideals of the gospel with the practical requirements of governing fallen human beings in a dangerous world. Even as Cenred was grappling with these spiritual challenges, he faced continuing pressure from Mercia's traditional rivals. The kingdom of Wessex, under the aggressive leadership of King Æthelred, was beginning to assert claims to territories that had long been considered part of the Mercian sphere of influence. The rising power of Wessex represented a fundamental shift in the balance of Anglo-Saxon politics, as the southern kingdom began to challenge Mercia's traditional dominance over central and southern England. King Æthelred was everything that medieval chroniclers admired in a ruler: bold in war, wise in council, generous to his followers, and successful in expanding his kingdom's power and prestige. His legal code, one of the most sophisticated documents to survive from early Anglo-Saxon England, demonstrated his commitment to justice and good governance. His military successes against various enemies had established Wessex as a kingdom to be reckoned with throughout Britain. Most challenging for Cenred, Æthelred combined political ambition with genuine Christian devotion, making it impossible to dismiss him as merely another pagan warrior king, whose aggression could be justified by religious differences. The diplomatic maneuvering between Mercia and Wessex during these years required all of Cenred's political skills. Both kings were Christians, who officially supported peace and brotherhood among fellow believers. Both were practical rulers, who understood that their first responsibility was to their own people's welfare and security. The challenge was to find ways of advancing legitimate interests without appearing to violate Christian principles or providing justification for more aggressive action by the other side. Cenred's approach to this delicate situation revealed his growing sophistication as both a political leader and a Christian king. Rather than responding to Wessex's growing power with preemptive military action, he sought to contain it through a combination of diplomatic alliances, strategic marriages, and careful positioning of Mercian forces to discourage aggressive moves. This strategy required constant vigilance and considerable diplomatic skill, but it offered the possibility of avoiding the kind of destructive warfare that would have devastated both kingdoms. The most challenging aspect of managing the Wessex relationship was the question of London. The great city on the Thames had been under Mercian control for generations, serving as both a symbol of Mercian power and a crucial source of trade revenues that helped fund the kingdom's military and administrative activities. King In, however, had legitimate historical claims to influence in London, and the city's location made it naturally part of the Wessex sphere of interest. The question of London's future would remain a source of tension throughout Cenred's reign and beyond. While dealing with these external pressures, Cenred also faced the ongoing challenge of managing Mercia's internal politics. The kingdom was not a unified nation-state in the modern sense, but rather a complex federation of tribes, sub-kingdoms, and territorial units, each with its own traditions, interests, and potential for independent action. Holding this diverse collection of peoples together required constant attention to the delicate balance of authority and autonomy that made Mercian unity possible. The Huici, who controlled much of what is now Gloucestershire and western Worcestershire, were particularly important to this internal balancing act. Their territory controlled vital trade routes between Mercia proper and the Celtic lands to the west, and their military strength was essential for defending the kingdom's western borders. Yet the Huician rulers had their own royal traditions and were capable of independent action when they felt their interests were threatened. Managing the relationship with the Huici required Cenred to function as much as a diplomat as a direct ruler, negotiating agreements and making compromises rather than simply issuing orders. Similar challenges existed with other components of the Mercian kingdom. The Middle Angles, the people of Lindsey, the various tribal groups scattered throughout the Mercian heartland, each had to be managed according to its own particular circumstances and traditions. The skills required for this complex task were quite different from those needed for military leadership or even for governing a more unified kingdom. Cenred had to be part king, part diplomat, part judge, and part spiritual leader, adapting his approach to meet the specific needs of each situation. One of Cenred's most important innovations was his systematic approach to legal administration. Building on the foundations laid by his predecessors, he established more regular procedures for hearing disputes, standardized penalties for various crimes, and created mechanisms for appeal and review that helped ensure justice was administered fairly throughout the kingdom. These legal reforms reflected both his Christian commitment to justice and his practical understanding that fair governance was essential for maintaining the loyalty of diverse populations. The king's legal activities brought him into direct contact with the moral complexities that plagued medieval rulers. How should a Christian king deal with crimes that demanded punishment according to traditional law, but mercy according to Christian teaching? What was the proper balance between the deterrent effect of harsh penalties and the gospel message of forgiveness and redemption? How could royal justice serve God's purposes while still maintaining the respect and obedience necessary for effective governance? Cenred's approach to these questions was characteristically thoughtful and measured. He sought to temper traditional harsh penalties with opportunities for redemption and restitution, He increased the use of financial compensation as an alternative to physical punishment, allowing wrongdoers to make amends without suffering permanent harm. He established procedures for considering mitigating circumstances and showed particular mercy toward first-time offenders and those whose crimes seemed to stem from desperation rather than malice. These legal innovations earned Cenred a reputation for wisdom and fairness that extended far beyond Mercia's borders. Foreign embassies and visiting dignitaries often commented on the justice and good order they found in his kingdom. The king's court became known as a place where disputes could be resolved fairly, and where even the humblest subjects could expect to receive impartial treatment. This reputation enhanced Mercia's prestige and made diplomatic negotiations with other kingdoms more likely to succeed. Yet even as Cenred was achieving success as a legal reformer and diplomatic leader, the deeper tensions in his soul were continuing to grow. Each act of royal authority, no matter how justly exercised, reminded him of the fundamental incompatibility between earthly power and spiritual perfection. Each military decision, no matter how carefully considered, raised questions about the proper relationship between Christian teaching and political necessity. Each diplomatic triumph, no matter how beneficial to his people, left him wondering whether he was truly serving God's purposes or merely advancing his own earthly interests. The king, who had inherited vast territories and great responsibilities, was beginning to suspect that his most important battle was not against external enemies or internal challenges, but against the spiritual pride and worldly attachments that threatened to separate him from the God he was trying to serve. The warrior who had proven his competence in defending his kingdom was starting to wonder whether his greatest victory might require laying down his weapons and abandoning the very throne he had worked so hard to deserve. As the year 707 dawned over Mercia, few observers could have predicted that this successful and respected king was already beginning to contemplate a decision that would shock his kingdom and transform his legacy. But the seeds planted by his uncle's example, watered by his own deep spiritual struggles, and nurtured by his growing conviction that earthly power was ultimately incompatible with true Christian discipleship, were germinating in the quiet places of his heart, where ambition wrestles with conscience and duty contends with desire. The military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations that filled Cenred's days were gradually becoming less satisfying, less meaningful, less capable of answering the fundamental questions that haunted his nights. What was the purpose of a Christian king's power? Was it merely to preserve order and defend territory? Or was there some higher calling that earthly authority was meant to serve? And if political power was indeed meant to serve spiritual purposes, could it do so effectively when wielded by men whose souls were inevitably compromised by the violent and deceptive means that successful kingship seemed to require? The Northumbrian situation added yet another layer of complexity to Cenred's already challenging political landscape. The northern kingdom, which had dominated much of Britain during the previous century, was experiencing its own period of transition and uncertainty. The death of the powerful King Aldfrith in 704, the same year Coenred assumed the Mercian throne, had initiated a series of succession crises that would plague Northumbria for decades. This northern instability created both opportunities and dangers for Mercia. On one hand, Northumbrian weakness meant that Mercia no longer faced the constant pressure from the north that had characterized much of the 7th century. Cenred could focus his attention and resources on other frontiers without constantly worrying about northern aggression. The reduction in military pressure from Northumbria allowed the Mercian king to pursue the more peaceful and contemplative style of governance that suited his temperament and his Christian convictions. On the other hand, Northumbrian instability created its own problems. Weak kingdoms invited intervention from neighbours, and the complex web of alliances and enmities that connected all the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms meant that troubles in one realm could quickly spread to others. Cenred had to maintain sufficient military readiness to respond to potential opportunities or threats arising from the northern chaos, even as he was working to establish a more peaceful and spiritually oriented style of kingship in his own realm. The king's approach to the Northumbrian situation revealed his maturing diplomatic skills and his commitment to avoiding unnecessary conflict. Rather than attempting to exploit Northumbrian weakness through military aggression, Cenred pursued a policy of cautious engagement. He maintained communication with whoever currently held power in the north, offered mediation in their internal disputes when invited, and generally positioned Mercia as a stabilizing force rather than an opportunistic predator. This approach reflected both political wisdom and Christian principle, and it helped establish Cenred's reputation as a king who could be trusted to honor his commitments and respect his neighbors' legitimate interests. The economic dimension of Cenred's reign also deserves attention, for medieval kingship was as much about managing resources as commanding armies. The Mercian economy during this period was increasingly sophisticated, with expanding trade networks connecting the kingdom to markets throughout Britain and across the North Sea to continental Europe. London's position as a major trading centre made it particularly valuable to whoever controlled it, and the revenues from trade taxes provided crucial funding for royal administration and military activities. Cenred proved himself an effective steward of his kingdom's economic interests. He maintained and improved the infrastructure necessary for trade: roads, bridges, market facilities. He enforced consistent standards for weights and measures, making commercial transactions more reliable and encouraging merchants to do business within his territories. He protected traders from excessive taxation and arbitrary seizure of goods, understanding that economic prosperity depended on creating conditions where commerce could flourish. These practical economic policies contributed to Mercia's continued prosperity and helped fund the various charitable and religious activities that were becoming increasingly central to the king's vision of his responsibilities. The religious dimension of economic policy was particularly important to Cenred. Following the example of his predecessors, he granted extensive lands and privileges to churches and monasteries, understanding that these institutions served not only spiritual purposes, but also practical functions in education, charity, and economic development. The monasteries were becoming centers of agricultural innovation, introducing new farming techniques and developing more productive use of marginal lands. They provided education and literacy training that was essential for effective administration. Most importantly, from Cenred's perspective, they created communities of prayer and devotion that he believed were essential for the spiritual health of the kingdom. Yet even as the king was successfully managing his kingdom's economic and political affairs, his personal spiritual journey was taking him in directions that would eventually prove incompatible with continued exercise of royal authority. The more deeply he studied Christian teaching, the more troubled he became by what he saw as fundamental contradictions between the gospel message and the requirements of political power. How could he truly love his enemies when his duties as king sometimes required him to kill them? How could he sincerely forgive those who wronged him when justice demanded that wrongdoers be punished? How could he embrace the poverty of spirit that Christ commended when he lived in royal splendor and exercised vast economic power? These questions were not merely abstract theological puzzles for Cenred. They were deeply personal struggles that affected his sense of identity and purpose. The king, who appeared so confident and competent to his subjects, was privately wrestling with doubts about whether he could serve God faithfully while occupying a throne. The successful ruler, whose judgments were praised for their wisdom and fairness, was internally questioning whether any exercise of coercive power could truly be compatible with Christian love. The warrior who had proven his courage in battle, was beginning to wonder whether his greatest act of bravery might be to lay down his weapons and embrace a radically different path. The influence of the monastic communities scattered throughout Mercia was particularly significant in shaping Cenred's evolving spiritual consciousness. These islands of contemplative Christianity provided living examples of an alternative to the warrior culture that had traditionally dominated Anglo-Saxon society. The monks demonstrated that it was possible to live according to strict Christian principles, to renounce violence and worldly ambition, to dedicate one's entire life to prayer and service. Their example was both inspiring and deeply challenging to a king who was beginning to doubt whether Christian virtue and political authority could ever be fully reconciled. Cenred's relationship with Bishop Waldir of London provides particular insight into his spiritual development during these years. Waldir was one of the most learned and respected churchmen in Anglo-Saxon England, a man who combined theological sophistication with practical wisdom about the realities of political life. The bishop served as both spiritual advisor and diplomatic counselor to the Mercian court, and his influence on Coenred appears to have been profound. The conversations between king and bishop, which we can only imagine from fragmentary historical evidence, must have ranged widely across the great questions of Christian kingship. How should a ruler balance the competing demands of justice and mercy? What were the limits of legitimate royal authority over the church? How could political power be exercised in ways that served God's purposes rather than merely earthly ambition? Waldir's responses to these questions apparently did not provide Coenred with easy answers or comfortable reassurances. Instead, the bishop seems to have deepened the king's awareness of the genuine tensions between Christian ideals and political realities, while also affirming the possibility that faithful Christians could serve God even in the morally compromised world of politics. As 708 arrived, bringing with it the final full year of Cenred's reign, the internal struggle between his duties as king and his spiritual aspirations was approaching its crisis point. The successful monarch, who had proven his competence in war, diplomacy, law, and administration, was privately moving toward a conclusion that would have seemed incredible to most of his subjects. The conviction that truly serving God might require abandoning the very throne he had worked so hard to deserve and govern so conscientiously. The final test of Cenred's military leadership came in the form of renewed Welsh aggression along the western frontier. The princes, who had been subdued by his earlier campaigns, had evidently decided to test whether the increasingly contemplative king still possessed the will to defend his territories. The raids that began in the spring of 708 were more serious than earlier incursions, penetrating deeper into Mercian territory and causing more significant damage to farms and settlements. Cenred's response to this challenge revealed both his continued competence as a military leader and his growing reluctance to embrace the warrior role that kingship traditionally demanded. He organized the military expedition necessary to drive back the invaders and protect his people, but he did so with none of the enthusiasm or aggressive spirit that had characterized his grandfather's campaigns. The king who led his warriors west understood that he was fulfilling a necessary duty, but his heart was clearly not in the violence that duty required. The campaign itself was militarily successful, but spiritually costly for Cenred. He achieved his objective of securing the frontier and discouraging future Welsh aggression, but the experience deepened his conviction that the warrior's path was no longer his true calling. The king, who returned to his hall after the campaign, was outwardly triumphant but inwardly troubled, more certain than ever that his future lay not in defending earthly territories, but in seeking the kingdom of heaven. The final months of Cenred's reign were marked by a curious combination of effective governance and growing detachment. He continued to handle the daily responsibilities of kingship with his characteristic conscientiousness, hearing legal cases, managing diplomatic relations, overseeing administration. Yet those who knew him well could sense that his attention was increasingly focused elsewhere, that his thoughts were occupied with matters far beyond the mundane concerns of political power. The king spent increasing amounts of time in prayer and spiritual reading. He consulted frequently with monks and bishops, not about political matters, but about questions of faith and salvation. He made generous grants to religious houses, as if preparing for a journey from which he would not return. Most tellingly, he began to put his affairs in order with a kind of methodical care that suggested he was preparing for a major transition in his life. Those closest to Cenred began to suspect what was coming, though the full implications of his intended decision remained shocking even to those who had watched his spiritual journey most closely. The successful king, who had defended his kingdom effectively, governed justly, and maintained Mercia's position as one of the great powers of Anglo-Saxon England, was preparing to follow his uncle's unprecedented example and abandon his throne for a monk's cell. The warrior, who had proven his courage in battle, was about to demonstrate an even greater form of courage, the courage to renounce everything the world considered valuable in pursuit of treasures that could not be measured in territories, tributes, or military victories. The spiritual transformation that would ultimately lead Cenred to abandon his throne was not a sudden conversion or dramatic revelation, but rather the culmination of a lifetime of deepening faith and growing awareness of the tensions between Christian discipleship and political power. Throughout his reign, the king had struggled to reconcile the demands of effective governance with the teachings of Christ, and that struggle had shaped every aspect of his approach to royal authority. The most famous story illustrating Coenred's spiritual character comes from the Venerable Bede, whose ecclesiastical history of the English people provides our most detailed contemporary account of the king's religious devotion. Bede tells of a nobleman in Cenred's court, a king's thegn of high status and considerable responsibilities, who lived a life of outward industry and loyalty to his monarch, but whose soul was in grave spiritual danger due to his persistent refusal to repent of his sins and reform his conduct. This nobleman was, by all external measures, exactly the kind of man a king needed in his service. He was capable in administration, brave in battle, loyal to his lord, and industrious in pursuing the king's interests. By the standards of traditional heroic culture, he was an ideal retainer, but Coenred, viewing his responsibilities through the lens of Christian teaching, could not be satisfied with mere outward competence when a man's soul was at risk. The king felt a personal responsibility for the spiritual welfare of those under his authority, understanding that Christian kingship involved shepherding souls as well as governing territories. For years, Cenred pleaded with this nobleman to confess his sins, reform his life, and embrace the salvation offered through Christian faith. The king's appeals were not merely pro forma religious exhortations, but urgent, heartfelt attempts to save a man he clearly cared about from what he believed to be eternal damnation. Cenred devoted considerable time and emotional energy to this pastoral effort, demonstrating a depth of spiritual concern that went far beyond what most kings would have considered their responsibility. The nobleman, however, consistently refused the king's entreaties. Perhaps he believed his sins were too great for forgiveness, or perhaps he simply could not bring himself to abandon the worldly pleasures and satisfactions that characterized his current life. Whatever his reasons, he repeatedly postponed any serious engagement with spiritual matters, always promising to reform someday, but never actually taking the steps necessary for genuine repentance and conversion. The tragic conclusion of this story reveals both Cenred's deep spirituality and the limitations of even a Christian king's authority over matters of the soul. When the nobleman finally fell gravely ill, Cenred visited him repeatedly, still desperately trying to convince him to repent before it was too late. The dying man, however, had terrible visions that convinced him his damnation was already sealed. In beads, telling, the nobleman saw the book containing a record of all his sins, a book far larger than the tiny volume containing his few good deeds, and understood that he had waited too long to seek God's mercy. Despite Cenred's continued pleas and prayers, the nobleman died in despair, convinced of his own damnation. For the king, this failure must have been deeply painful, highlighting the ultimate powerlessness of even royal authority to compel spiritual transformation. A king could command armies, dispense justice, grant lands and titles, but he could not force a single soul to accept salvation. This realization that the most important human needs lay beyond the reach of political power profoundly influenced Cenred's evolving understanding of his role and responsibilities. The story also illuminates Cenred's approach to spiritual leadership. Unlike some medieval rulers who viewed religion primarily as a tool of statecraft or a means of enhancing royal authority, Cenred appears to have genuinely cared about the eternal destinies of individual souls. His concern for the dying nobleman was not politically motivated. There was no earthly advantage to be gained from the spiritual condition of a dying man. Instead, it reflected a sincere Christian conviction that every human soul possessed infinite worth, and that those in positions of authority had a special responsibility to help others find salvation. This spiritual sensitivity shaped Cenred's approach to governance in numerous ways. He was known for showing particular mercy to those who demonstrated genuine repentance, understanding that conversion of the heart was more important than strict enforcement of penalties. He supported the establishment and expansion of religious houses throughout his kingdom, viewing them not merely as sources of political support or centers of learning, but as communities of prayer that could intercede for the spiritual welfare of all his subjects. He consulted regularly with bishops and abbots, seeking their guidance not just on ecclesiastical matters, but on questions of justice, mercy, and the proper exercise of royal authority. The king's court during these years reflected his spiritual priorities. While warriors and nobles still played crucial roles, scholars and holy men held positions of particular influence and respect. Theological discussions were as common as military planning. The great hall echoed with prayers and hymns as often as with the traditional songs celebrating martial valor. Cenred was consciously working to transform not just his own spiritual life, but the entire culture of Mercian leadership, attempting to create a model of Christian kingship that could reconcile political authority with genuine religious devotion. One particularly significant aspect of Cenred's religious leadership was his relationship with the great missionary bishop, St. Wilfrid of York. Wilfrid's life had been marked by dramatic controversies and political conflicts that had seen him repeatedly exiled from his see and forced to seek refuge in various kingdoms. During one of these periods of exile, Cenred provided Wilfrid with protection and support, demonstrating a commitment to Christian solidarity that transcended political convenience. The relationship between king and bishop was mutually beneficial. Wilfrid brought to the Mercian court an international perspective and connections to the wider Christian world that enhanced the kingdom's prestige and Cenred's own spiritual education. The bishop's learning, his experience of Christian communities throughout Europe, and his passionate advocacy for Roman ecclesiastical practices all influenced the king's developing understanding of Christianity. In return, Cenred's protection allowed Wilfrid to continue his ministry during a difficult period and provided him with a base from which to negotiate his eventual restoration to his northern see. This episode also reveals Cenred's willingness to take political risks for religious principles, supporting a bishop who was in conflict with other powerful English kings could have had diplomatic consequences, potentially straining relationships that were important for Mercian security and prosperity. Yet, Cenred appears to have believed that Christian duty required him to offer hospitality and protection to a fellow believer in need, regardless of the political complications that decision might create. This willingness to prioritize spiritual values over political convenience would ultimately find its fullest expression in the king's decision to abandon his throne altogether. The religious councils that Coenred attended and sometimes presided over provided another venue for his spiritual leadership. These gatherings of bishops, abbots, and other church leaders dealt with matters of doctrine, discipline, and ecclesiastical organization, but they also addressed broader questions about the relationship between church and state, the proper role of Christian princes in religious affairs, and the application of Christian teaching to social and political issues. Cenred's participation in these councils was characterized by a combination of humility and engagement. He respected ecclesiastical authority, while also asserting the legitimate interests and responsibilities of Christian kingship. One such council, held in 705, addressed the complex question of reconciling different factions within the English Church. The tensions between Roman and Celtic Christian practices that had been resolved at the Synod of Whitby in 664 still created occasional difficulties, and questions about ecclesiastical authority and proper religious observance continued to require careful negotiation. Cenred's role in facilitating dialogue and seeking consensus revealed both his diplomatic skills and his genuine commitment to Christian unity. He understood that religious division weakened the Church's witness and made it more difficult to spread the faith, and he was willing to use his royal authority to encourage reconciliation and cooperation. The king's personal devotional life during these years became increasingly intense and demanding. He followed a rigorous schedule of prayer that would have exhausted many professional religious, rising before dawn for morning prayers, pausing throughout the day for the liturgical hours, and spending long evening hours in private contemplation and spiritual reading. This devotional discipline was not merely a personal preference, but a conscious attempt to align his life with monastic practice, as if preparing for a future that he was already beginning to envision. Cenred's approach to the Psalms reveals much about his spiritual state during these years. These ancient Hebrew prayers, which formed the backbone of Christian liturgical practice, took on profound personal meaning for the king. The Psalms of David, written by another ruler who had struggled to reconcile political power with spiritual devotion, spoke directly to Coenred's own situation. The royal psalmist's expressions of longing for God, his acknowledgement of human weakness and sin, his trust in divine mercy despite personal failings, all of these themes resonated powerfully with the Mercian king's own spiritual journey. The king's generosity to religious houses and charitable causes also increased dramatically during the later years of his reign. He made substantial grants of land to monasteries at Evesham, Lichfield, and other important religious centres. He supported the construction and endowment of churches throughout his kingdom. He provided resources for the care of the poor, the sick, and the orphaned, understanding that Christian charity was not merely a private virtue, but a royal responsibility. These gifts were so substantial that some historians have suggested they represented a conscious distribution of royal resources in preparation for abandoning the throne. The spiritual dimension of Coenred's legal reforms deserves particular attention. The king's judgments were increasingly characterized by an emphasis on restitution and reconciliation, rather than mere punishment. He sought to create legal procedures that reflected Christian values of forgiveness and redemption, while still maintaining the order and justice that society required. This approach was revolutionary for its time, challenging the traditional emphasis on vengeance and compensation that had characterized Anglo-Saxon law and pointing toward a more spiritually informed understanding of justice. One particularly innovative aspect of Cenred's legal practice was his encouragement of public penance as an alternative to more severe penalties for certain crimes. Offenders who demonstrated genuine remorse could, in some cases, satisfy the demands of justice through religious penances, fasting, prayer, pilgrimage, rather than through physical punishment or financial compensation. This practice reflected the king's conviction that the ultimate purpose of justice was not merely to punish wrongdoing, but to restore right relationships and promote spiritual healing. The king's personal asceticism also increased during these years. He began to fast more frequently and more rigorously, not merely observing the fasts required by Christian practice, but embracing additional periods of abstinence as expressions of devotion and spiritual discipline. He simplified his personal lifestyle, gradually reducing the royal ostentation that had traditionally characterized the Mercian court. He spent less time on the pleasures that most kings enjoyed, hunting, feasting, entertainment, and more time in prayer, study, and consultation with spiritual advisors. These changes did not go unnoticed by Cenred's contemporaries. Some admired his piety and saw in his example a model of truly Christian kingship. Others worried that his spiritual preoccupations were distracting him from the practical necessities of governance. A few cynical observers suggested that his religious devotion was merely a sophisticated form of political theatre, designed to enhance his reputation and authority by appearing exceptionally holy. But those who knew him best recognized that Cenred's faith was genuine and that his spiritual journey was leading him toward conclusions that would ultimately prove incompatible with continued exercise of royal power. The influence of his uncle Æthelred's example became increasingly significant during this period. Cenred visited the former king regularly at Bardney Abbey, where Æthelred had found the peace and spiritual fulfillment that had eluded him on the throne. These visits provided the reigning king with glimpses of an alternative life, a life freed from the moral compromises of political power, dedicated entirely to prayer and contemplation, focused solely on the pursuit of holiness and union with God. The contrast between the contemplative tranquility of monastic life and the constant pressures and compromises of kingship must have been stark and increasingly appealing. Æthelred, for his part, appears to have been both supportive and cautionary regarding his nephew's spiritual aspirations. The former king understood better than anyone the attractions of monastic life for a ruler burdened by the moral complexities of political power, but he also understood the serious responsibilities that a king bore to his people and the potential disruption that voluntary abdication could cause. The conversations between uncle and nephew during this period must have ranged widely across questions of duty, vocation, and the proper ordering of earthly and heavenly priorities. As 708 progressed towards 709, Cenred's spiritual crisis was approaching its resolution. The king, who had governed Mercia with wisdom and justice for 5 years, was becoming increasingly convinced that his true calling lay not on the throne, but in the cloister, not in commanding armies, but in commanding his own unruly heart, not in exercising authority over others, but in submitting himself completely to God's authority. The question was no longer whether he would follow his uncle's example and abandon his throne, but when and how he would take that extraordinary step. The spiritual practices that had characterized Cenred's later reign intensified to the point where they began to interfere with the daily business of government. Court officials found it increasingly difficult to secure the king's attention for routine administrative matters. Diplomatic negotiations were sometimes delayed because the king was engaged in extended prayer or consultation with spiritual advisors. Military planning sessions had to be scheduled around the king's devotional commitments. While Cenred never entirely neglected his royal responsibilities, it was becoming clear that his heart and mind were increasingly occupied with matters beyond the temporal concerns of kingship. The turning point appears to have come during the Lenten season of 709, that period of fasting and spiritual preparation that commemorates Christ's 40 days in the wilderness. Cenred observed the Lenten disciplines with unusual intensity that year, withdrawing as much as possible from court activities to focus on prayer, fasting, and examination of conscience. During those weeks of intense spiritual focus, the king appears to have reached a definitive conclusion about his future. He would follow his uncle's example and exchange his crown for a monk's habit, his throne for a cell, his kingdom for the kingdom of God. The decision, once made, brought Cenred a sense of peace and clarity that had eluded him throughout his reign. The internal conflict that had tormented him for years, the struggle to reconcile Christian ideals with political realities, the tension between spiritual aspirations and earthly responsibilities, could finally be resolved through a single dramatic act of renunciation. By abandoning the throne, he would free himself to pursue the life of total dedication to God that his heart had been seeking. By following his uncle's unprecedented example, he would demonstrate that Christian teaching was not merely theoretical, but could actually guide even the most consequential life decisions. Yet even as Cenred was experiencing relief at having reached this momentous decision, he was also aware of the enormous challenges and potential disruptions it would create. Kings were not supposed to abandon their thrones voluntarily. The stability of the kingdom depended on clear lines of succession and confident exercise of royal authority. His decision to abdicate might be seen as weakness or dereliction of duty, potentially encouraging challenges to Mercian power from external enemies or internal rivals. Most importantly, he had to ensure that the transition of power would occur smoothly, that his personal spiritual calling would not leave his kingdom vulnerable or his people unprotected. The king's first step was to identify a suitable successor. The obvious candidate was his cousin, Coenred, son of the former king Æthelred. Coenred was of proper royal lineage, had been raised at court with full awareness of his potential future as king, and possessed the qualities of leadership necessary for effective rule. He was younger than Cenred, but not inexperienced, having served in various administrative and military capacities that had prepared him for the responsibilities of kingship. Most importantly, Coenred was willing to accept the crown, understanding both its privileges and its burdens. Cenred began to involve Coenred more directly in the business of government, gradually transferring responsibilities and authority in preparation for the formal transition. This process allowed the future king to demonstrate his capabilities to the nobility and gave Coenred the opportunity to address any concerns or opposition before making his final announcement. The measured, careful approach to succession planning revealed that even as Cenred was preparing to abandon worldly power, he remained deeply concerned about his kingdom's welfare and was determined to ensure that his personal spiritual calling would not create chaos or vulnerability. The negotiations with Coenred about the timing and manner of the transition must have been complex and delicate. The future king needed to understand clearly what he was accepting, not just the power and prestige of the throne, but also the enormous responsibilities and moral challenges that came with it. Cenred, having struggled personally with the tensions between Christian ideals and political necessities, wanted to ensure that his successor understood the spiritual dimensions of kingship and the importance of seeking to govern according to Christian principles, even when those principles created difficult tensions with political realities. The king also had to consider the broader political implications of his decision. How would neighboring kingdoms respond to this unprecedented voluntary abdication? Would they see it as a sign of Mercian weakness and an opportunity for aggression? How could he ensure that the transition would be seen as a source of stability rather than vulnerability. These practical political concerns had to be addressed even as Cenred was preparing to remove himself from the political world entirely. The solution was to present the abdication not as a retreat or abandonment, but as a profound spiritual statement that actually enhanced Mercian prestige. By choosing monastic life at the height of his power and success, Cenred would demonstrate both his personal holiness and the depth of Christian commitment within the Mercian royal house. His decision would show that Mercia was not just militarily powerful, but spiritually advanced, led by rulers who took their Christian faith seriously enough to make extraordinary sacrifices for it. This framing transformed what could have been seen as royal weakness into a demonstration of spiritual strength. As plans for the abdication advanced, Cenred also had to prepare for his personal journey to Rome. Following his uncle's example, he intended not merely to enter a local monastery, but to make the arduous pilgrimage to the Eternal City, where he would receive the tonsure from the Pope himself and spend his remaining years at the threshold of the Apostles. This plan added complexity to the logistics of his departure, organizing the journey, assembling companions, securing the resources necessary for the expedition, and ensuring that political relationships with kingdoms along the route would allow safe passage. The king found an unexpected companion for his journey in young Offa, the newly crowned king of the East Saxons. Offa's decision to abandon his throne and accompany Cenred to Rome was as surprising as Cenred's own abdication, and the two kings' joint pilgrimage would become one of the most remarkable stories in Anglo-Saxon history. Offa was everything the world valued in a young ruler: handsome, capable, beloved by his people, expected to have a long and successful reign ahead of him. Yet he too felt called to abandon earthly power for spiritual devotion, drawn by the same compelling vision of Christian discipleship that was motivating Cenred. The friendship between the two kings during the planning stages of their journey must have provided mutual encouragement and support. Each understood what the other was sacrificing and why. Each could help the other remain firm in his resolution when doubts arose, or when well-meaning advisors urged reconsideration. The presence of a companion on the journey, especially another king making the same sacrifice, would make the pilgrimage less isolating and provide opportunities for spiritual conversation and mutual encouragement during the long months of travel that lay ahead. The announcement of Cenred's decision finally came in the early summer of 709. After all the practical arrangements had been made, and Coenred was prepared to assume the throne. The king gathered his nobles, bishops, and leading subjects to inform them of his intentions. We can only imagine the shock and disbelief that must have greeted his words. Kings simply did not do what Cenred was proposing. The precedent of Æthelred's abdication 5 years earlier had been extraordinary enough, but for lightning to strike twice in the same family, for nephew to follow uncle in such an unprecedented course of action, this was almost beyond comprehension. The king's explanation of his decision emphasized spiritual calling rather than dissatisfaction with kingship. He praised his subjects for their loyalty and cooperation, expressed confidence in Coenred's ability to rule wisely and well, and made clear that his abdication reflected his own personal vocation rather than any failure of the kingdom or inadequacy of royal authority. He presented his decision as the culmination of a long spiritual journey rather than an impulsive act, as a carefully considered response to what he believed was God's calling, rather than a retreat from worldly responsibilities. The reactions to Cenred's announcement were mixed. Some, particularly the more spiritually minded clergy and nobility, saw his decision as an inspiring example of Christian devotion, a demonstration that even kings could place heavenly values above earthly power. These supporters praised Coenred's courage and holiness, seeing in his abdication a model of truly Christian priorities that challenged the worldly values dominating Anglo-Saxon culture. They understood that the king was choosing the better part, following Christ's call to renounce worldly attachments in pursuit of eternal treasures. Others, however, were troubled or even angry at what they saw as an abandonment of duty. These critics argued that kings had responsibilities to their people that could not be set aside for personal spiritual preferences, no matter how admirable those preferences might be in other contexts. They worried about the precedent being set. If kings could simply walk away from their thrones whenever spiritual callings beckoned, what would become of the stability and continuity that kingdoms required? They questioned whether Cenred's decision was truly divinely inspired or merely an elaborate rationalization for escaping the burdens of kingship. The military class had particular concerns about the transition. Warriors understood power and strength, and voluntary abdication seemed to them an incomprehensible weakness. They worried that Mercia's enemies would interpret the king's departure as a sign of internal weakness or division, potentially encouraging aggression from Wessex, Wales, or other rivals. They questioned whether Coenred, despite his royal lineage and evident capabilities, would be able to command the same respect and loyalty that Cenred had earned. Most fundamentally, they struggled to understand how a successful warrior king could choose prayer over power, contemplation over conquest, the cloister over the crown. Æthelred himself appears to have approached his unexpected elevation with a mixture of eagerness and trepidation. He was being handed the greatest kingdom in Anglo-Saxon England at a young age, an opportunity that most princes could only dream of. Yet he was also inheriting the burden of proving himself worthy of a throne that had been voluntarily surrendered by a respected and successful predecessor. The very fact that Cenred had chosen to abandon kingship raised questions about whether the crown was truly desirable, whether the exercise of royal power was compatible with sincere Christian devotion, whether earthly authority was worth the spiritual compromises it seemed to require. The formal ceremony of abdication and succession took place with great solemnity, combining traditional elements of royal ritual with spiritual dimensions that reflected the unprecedented nature of the occasion. Cenred formally released his subjects from their oaths of loyalty to him, transferred the symbols of royal authority to Coenred, and received in return the blessing of the assembled bishops for his pilgrimage. The ceremony attempted to present the transition as both politically legitimate and spiritually significant, as the proper conclusion to one reign and the auspicious beginning of another. In his final speech as king, Cenred urged his former subjects to give Æthelred the same loyalty and support they had given him. He spoke of the joys and burdens of kingship, the satisfactions and frustrations of trying to govern according to Christian principles in an imperfect world. He expressed his conviction that political authority was a legitimate and necessary calling for those equipped and called to exercise it, even as he acknowledged that his own calling now lay in a different direction. Most movingly, he asked for prayers for his journey and for his soul, acknowledging his own imperfections and his need for divine mercy as he embarked on this new phase of his spiritual pilgrimage. The days following the abdication were filled with final preparations for the journey to Rome. Cenred had to settle his personal affairs, distribute his remaining possessions, say farewell to friends and family members he would likely never see again. The emotional weight of these farewells must have been considerable. Despite his conviction that he was following God's will, despite his eagerness to embrace the monastic life that had been calling him for so long, the king-turned-pilgrim was leaving behind everything familiar: his homeland, his people, his identity as a ruler, his place in the complex web of relationships that had defined his life. The farewell to his uncle Æthelred at Bardney Abbey was particularly significant. The two men who had made the same extraordinary choice, who had both concluded that Christian discipleship ultimately required the abandonment of earthly power, could now speak as equals embarked on the same spiritual journey. Æthelred's example had been crucial in helping Cenred envision the possibility of royal abdication. Now the former king could encourage his nephew in the final steps of the path he himself had pioneered, offering advice about the challenges and blessings of monastic life, sharing his own experiences of spiritual growth since leaving the throne. As the day of departure approached, Cenred devoted himself to intense spiritual preparation. He spent long hours in prayer, seeking divine guidance and protection for the dangerous journey ahead. He made final confession of his sins, seeking absolution and spiritual cleansing before embarking on his pilgrimage. He received communion with particular devotion, understanding that while the Eucharist would remain available to him as a monk, his relationship to this sacred mystery was about to change profoundly as he transitioned from royal authority to monastic obedience. The practical preparations for the journey were equally demanding. The route to Rome was long and potentially dangerous, passing through multiple kingdoms and crossing territories where bandits and hostile forces could threaten travelers. Cenred needed reliable companions, adequate resources for the journey, letters of safe passage from friendly rulers, and contingency plans for potential difficulties along the way. The logistics of a royal pilgrimage, even one undertaken by a former king who had renounced his authority, required careful planning and substantial resources. On the appointed day of departure, a large crowd gathered to witness the beginning of Cenred's extraordinary journey. The former king, now dressed in the simple garments of a pilgrim rather than royal robes, prepared to leave behind everything he had known. Joining him was young King Offa of Essex, similarly attired, similarly committed to exchanging earthly power for heavenly treasures. Together, these two men who had commanded armies and governed kingdoms would now walk the ancient roads to Rome as humble pilgrims, seeking not conquest or glory, but salvation and sanctification. The emotional impact of this moment can scarcely be imagined. Here were two successful rulers, both at points in their lives when conventional wisdom would have predicted decades of continued reign, voluntarily walking away from everything that society valued. Their decision challenged every assumption about power, success, and human fulfillment. It proclaimed that there were goods greater than political authority, treasures more valuable than earthly kingdoms, callings higher than the exercise of royal power. In that sense, their pilgrimage was not just a personal spiritual journey, but a profound theological and cultural statement about the nature of true greatness and the proper ordering of human priorities. As Cenred and Offa walked away from Tamworth that summer day in 709, heading south and east toward the coast and eventually to Rome, they carried with them the prayers and hopes of thousands. Some prayed for their safety on the dangerous journey. Others prayed that their example might inspire greater devotion throughout Anglo-Saxon England. Still, others simply prayed that God would bless these two remarkable men who had been willing to sacrifice everything they possessed in pursuit of the one thing that truly mattered, the salvation of their immortal souls and union with the divine reality that transcended all earthly power and glory. The Christian king, who had struggled so earnestly to reconcile political authority with spiritual devotion, had finally found his resolution. Not in some theoretical synthesis that perfectly balanced worldly and heavenly concerns, not in a reformed model of kingship that eliminated all tensions between Christian ideals and political realities, but in the radical act of renunciation that freed him to pursue the spiritual calling that had been growing in his heart throughout his reign. Cenred's abdication was not a rejection of kingship itself. He had, after all, carefully arranged for a capable successor, and had governed conscientiously throughout his reign. Rather, it was an acknowledgement that for him personally, at this point in his spiritual journey, the path to God led away from the throne and toward the cloister, away from political power and toward monastic prayer. The internal struggle that eventually led Cenred to abandon his throne did not emerge suddenly, but grew gradually over the course of his reign, like seeds planted long ago, finally pushing through the soil toward the light. To understand the magnitude of his decision, we must peer into the quiet chambers of his heart, where duty wrestled with desire, where earthly responsibilities contended with heavenly aspirations, where the voice of political necessity competed with the whisper of divine calling. The earliest stirrings of this conflict can be traced to Cenred's childhood, when he witnessed his mother Ermenilda's retreat from worldly life after his father's death. The young prince had watched as the queen, who had once exercised considerable influence in the Mercian court, gradually withdrew from political affairs to embrace a life of prayer and religious devotion. Her transformation from powerful queen to humble nun planted seeds in Cenred's imagination, seeds that suggested earthly power and spiritual fulfillment might ultimately be incompatible, that true peace might require the renunciation of worldly attachments. These early impressions were reinforced by Cenred's education, which included not just the practical skills necessary for kingship, but also deep exposure to Christian teaching and monastic spirituality. The monks who served as his tutors introduced him to the lives of saints who had abandoned wealth and status to follow Christ in radical poverty. He learned of Egyptian desert fathers who had fled civilization to seek God in solitude. He studied the teachings of church fathers who emphasized the spiritual dangers of worldly power and the blessedness of those who embraced voluntary poverty and humility. These teachings created a creative tension in Cenred's developing consciousness. On one hand, he was being prepared for kingship, trained in weapons, educated in law and governance, groomed to exercise the political authority that was his birthright. On the other hand, he was being exposed to spiritual ideals that seemed to challenge the very foundations of political power. The juxtaposition was not necessarily contradictory. Medieval Christianity had developed sophisticated theories about how secular authority could serve divine purposes. But for a contemplative soul like Cenred's, the tension was real and increasingly difficult to ignore. The uncle Æthelred's example proved to be the most powerful influence on Cenred's spiritual development. For 29 years, the prince had watched his uncle struggle with the same tensions that would eventually dominate his own reign. Æthelred had been a capable and conscientious king, but his increasing devotion to spiritual matters and his evident discomfort with the violent and deceptive aspects of political power had been apparent to those who knew him well. The gradual shift in Æthelred's priorities, from expansion to consolidation, from conquest to contemplation, from worldly ambition to spiritual aspiration, provided a model for how Christian devotion could reshape even a warrior king's perspective. When Æthelred finally abdicated in 704, the decision was shocking, but also in retrospect, almost inevitable. The former king's retirement to Bardney Abbey demonstrated that it was actually possible to walk away from worldly power, that royal abdication was not just a theoretical possibility, but a viable course of action for a ruler whose spiritual convictions had become incompatible with continued exercise of political authority. For Cenred, his uncle's unprecedented decision was both inspiring and deeply challenging. Inspiring because it demonstrated the possibility of following one's spiritual calling regardless of worldly expectations. Challenging because it raised uncomfortable questions about his own relationship to power and whether he too might ultimately be called to make a similar sacrifice. During his early years as king, Coenred tried earnestly to develop a model of Christian kingship that would allow him to fulfill both his political responsibilities and his spiritual aspirations. He sought to govern justly, to show mercy when possible, to use his authority to advance Christian values and support the Church's mission. He consulted frequently with spiritual advisors, studied scripture and theology, maintained rigorous personal devotional practices, and genuinely attempted to align his exercise of power with Christian teaching. Yet despite these sincere efforts, the tensions only grew more acute. Every military decision highlighted the gap between the Gospel's call to love enemies and the political necessity of defending one's kingdom through violence. Every exercise of royal justice raised questions about the compatibility of coercive power with Christian forgiveness. Every diplomatic negotiation required forms of calculation and sometimes deception that seemed at odds with the transparency and truthfulness that Christian virtue demanded. The more seriously Cenred took his Christian faith, the more troubled he became about whether political authority could truly be exercised in ways that honored God. The story of the dying nobleman recorded by Bede crystallized many of Cenred's concerns. Here was a man whom the king had tried desperately to save, not from political enemies or physical dangers, but from spiritual peril. Despite Cenred's best efforts, despite his royal authority, despite his passionate pleas and prayers, he had been powerless to change the nobleman's heart or secure his salvation. The experience highlighted a fundamental truth that was becoming increasingly clear to the king, that the most important human needs lay beyond the reach of political power, that earthly authority was ultimately impotent in matters of eternal significance. This realization was both liberating and burdensome. Liberating because it removed the pressure to believe that royal power could solve all problems or address all human needs. Burdensome because it raised serious questions about the ultimate value and purpose of the authority Cenred was exercising. If political power could not address humanity's deepest needs, if worldly authority was irrelevant to the only questions that truly mattered, then what was the point of kingship? Why continue to shoulder the enormous burdens of royal responsibility if those burdens distracted from the only work that had eternal significance, the cultivation of one's own soul and service to God's kingdom? The influence of monastic communities throughout Mercia became increasingly significant as these questions pressed more urgently on Cenred's consciousness. The king's visits to monasteries provided glimpses of an alternative way of life. Communities dedicated entirely to prayer and spiritual growth, freed from the compromises and moral ambiguities that characterize political existence. The monks he encountered seemed to possess a peace and spiritual focus that eluded him despite his sincere efforts to live faithfully while exercising royal authority. Their example suggested that perhaps complete dedication to God required a kind of single-minded focus that was simply incompatible with the divided loyalties and pragmatic compromises that kingship demanded. Cenred's personal prayer life during this period became increasingly intense and anguished. The prayers recorded in psalters and other texts that he would have used reveal the depth of his spiritual struggle. He prayed for wisdom to govern justly. He prayed for strength to resist the temptations of power. He prayed for clarity about God's will for his life. Most poignantly, he prayed for peace, for some way to reconcile his earthly responsibilities with his heavenly aspirations, some path that would allow him to serve both his kingdom and his God without betraying either. The turning point in Cenred's spiritual journey appears to have come through a gradual process of elimination rather than a sudden revelation. As he systematically examined different approaches to Christian kingship, he came to believe that none of them truly resolved the fundamental tensions he was experiencing. Reformed kingship that emphasized justice and mercy was certainly better than tyrannical or purely self-interested rule. but it still required the use of coercive power and violent force that seemed at odds with Christ's teachings. Delegation of difficult decisions to subordinates might preserve the king's personal moral purity, but it simply transferred, rather than resolved, the ethical problems of political authority. Even the most conscientious exercise of power still involved compromises and moral ambiguities that troubled Cenred's increasingly sensitive conscience. As he exhausted these alternatives, the radical solution that his uncle had chosen began to seem not just possible, but perhaps inevitable. If the tensions between Christian discipleship and political power were truly irreconcilable, if no amount of reform or good intentions could fully align earthly authority with heavenly values, then perhaps the only truly Christian response was to renounce worldly power altogether. This conclusion was not reached lightly or quickly. Cenred spent months, perhaps years, wrestling with the implications of such a decision and the serious responsibilities he would be abandoning if he chose to abdicate. The question of duty weighed heavily in Cenred's deliberations. He had been entrusted with the kingdom by his uncle, chosen by the nobility, confirmed by ecclesiastical authority. His subjects depended on him for protection, justice, and leadership. Walking away from these responsibilities seemed like a fundamental betrayal of trust, regardless of how noble his spiritual motivations might be. This sense of duty to his people and his kingdom was genuine and profound, and it served as the primary counterweight to his growing desire to embrace monastic life. The resolution of this dilemma came through Cenred's realization that duty did not require him to continue as king indefinitely, especially if he could ensure a smooth transition to a capable successor. Royal responsibility meant protecting and serving his people, but it did not necessarily mean that he personally had to occupy the throne for his entire life. If he could identify and prepare a suitable replacement, if he could manage the transition carefully to avoid creating instability or vulnerability, then perhaps his duty to the kingdom could be fulfilled even as he responded to what he increasingly believed was a divine calling to monastic life. This understanding freed Cenred to seriously contemplate abdication without feeling that he was betraying his responsibilities. The careful attention he gave to succession planning, the time he invested in preparing Coenred for kingship, the political arrangements he made to ensure stability during the transition, all of these reflected his determination to fulfill his duties to the kingdom, even as he prepared to leave it. In his mind, responsible abdication was not an abandonment of duty, but rather a different way of fulfilling it, ensuring that the kingdom would be well served by a capable successor, while freeing him to pursue the spiritual calling that had become impossible to ignore. The support and encouragement Cenred received from certain spiritual advisors was crucial in helping him move toward his final decision. While some counselors urged him to remain on the throne and continue trying to exercise Christian kingship, others affirmed his sense that radical renunciation might indeed be God's will for his life. These supporters helped him understand that there was biblical and historical precedent for believers who had been called to abandon worldly success and status to follow God more completely. They reminded him that Christ himself had called some, though not all, to sell everything they possessed and follow him without reservation. The example of young King Offa of Essex provided unexpected validation for Cenred's emerging conviction. When Offa announced his own intention to abdicate and make pilgrimage to Rome, Cenred found in this younger ruler a kindred spirit who understood the spiritual imperatives that were driving him toward renunciation. The fact that another king, independently, had reached similar conclusions about the incompatibility of political power with true Christian discipleship suggested that their shared calling might indeed be divinely inspired, rather than merely personal preference or spiritual pride. The prospect of having a companion for the journey to Rome made Cenred's decision psychologically and practically easier. The long pilgrimage would be less isolating with a fellow traveller who shared his values and understood his motivations. More importantly, Offa's parallel decision to abdicate provided mutual confirmation that their radical choice was legitimate. Two kings making the same unprecedented decision suggested a movement of the Holy Spirit rather than individual aberration, a genuine call from God rather than mere escapism or spiritual delusion. As Cenred moved closer to his final decision, he experienced what mystics throughout Christian history have described as a profound sense of rightness and peace. The spiritual turmoil that had characterized his reign began to settle as he accepted that his true calling lay in monastic rather than royal life. The internal conflict between duty and desire, between earthly responsibilities and heavenly aspirations, began to resolve as he recognized that he could fulfill his responsibilities through careful transition planning, while also responding to the spiritual call that had been growing stronger throughout his reign. The final months before his abdication were characterized by this growing sense of clarity and purpose. Cenred was no longer torn between competing goods or paralyzed by the tensions between different sets of obligations. He knew what he needed to do, and he devoted himself to doing it well, managing the political transition with wisdom and care, while also preparing himself spiritually for the new life that awaited him. The peace that had eluded him throughout his reign began to descend on his soul as he moved decisively toward the renunciation that his heart had been seeking all along. This internal journey from conflicted warrior king to peaceful pilgrim was not visible to most of Cenred's subjects, who saw only the external shock of his unexpected abdication. But for those who knew him well, who had witnessed his spiritual struggles and understood the depth of his faith, the decision made a kind of profound sense. It was the logical conclusion of a lifetime of deepening devotion, the inevitable destination of a spiritual journey that had been underway since childhood, the final resolution of tensions that had made his reign both extraordinarily conscientious and extraordinarily painful. As Cenred prepared to announce his decision to abdicate, he did so with a heart finally at peace. The warrior king who had defended his realm faithfully was about to become the monk pilgrim who would seek God with equal dedication. The ruler who had exercised earthly power conscientiously was about to embrace the spiritual authority that comes through renunciation and self-sacrifice. The calling that had been growing in his heart throughout his reign was about to be fulfilled in ways that would shock his contemporaries, but would ultimately establish him as one of the most spiritually significant rulers in Anglo-Saxon history. The announcement of King Coenred's intention to abdicate his throne and undertake a pilgrimage to Rome sent shockwaves through the complex political landscape of 8th century England. The decision was unprecedented in its audacity and profound in its implications. Here was a successful monarch at the height of his powers, voluntarily surrendering everything that the world valued to pursue spiritual goals that most people could barely comprehend. The ripples from this extraordinary choice would spread far beyond Mercia's borders, challenging assumptions about power, duty, and the proper relationship between earthly authority and heavenly aspirations. The formal announcement came during a great assembly at Tamworth, the traditional seat of Mercian power. The king had summoned his most important nobles, the leading bishops and abbots of his realm, and representatives from the various sub-kingdoms and tribal regions that comprised Greater Mercia. The gathering itself was not unusual. Such assemblies were a regular feature of Anglo-Saxon governance, necessary for maintaining communication between the king and the diverse communities he ruled. What was extraordinary was the news that Cenred would deliver. The great hall at Tamworth that day was filled with the powerful and influential from across the kingdom. Warriors who had fought alongside Cenred in his campaigns against the Welsh sat next to bishops who had been instrumental in the continued Christianization of Mercia, nobles who held vast estates and commanded hundreds of followers mixed with abbots whose monasteries were becoming centers of learning and spiritual power. All had come expecting routine business, confirmation of land grants, resolution of disputes, discussion of defensive preparations against potential threats. None were prepared for what their king was about to tell them. Cenred rose to address the assembly with his characteristic dignity and composure. Those who knew him well could detect signs of the inner peace he had found in making his decision, a calmness in his demeanor that had been absent during the more troubled years of his reign. The king's voice was steady as he began to speak, but the content of his words soon created a stir of disbelief and consternation that rippled through the assembled crowd like wind through a grain field. The king's speech was carefully constructed to explain his decision in terms that his audience could understand, even if they could not fully accept. He began by affirming the legitimacy and importance of royal authority, making clear that his abdication was not a rejection of kingship itself, but rather a response to a personal calling that he could no longer ignore. He praised his subjects for their loyalty and spoke warmly of the satisfaction he had found in serving them as their king. This gracious acknowledgement of what he was leaving behind made his decision to depart all the more striking. Cenred then turned to the spiritual reasoning behind his choice. He spoke of his growing conviction that God was calling him to a life of complete dedication to prayer and spiritual growth. He referenced his uncle Æthelred's similar decision 5 years earlier, suggesting that there might be something in the spiritual heritage of their family that made such radical renunciation not just possible, but perhaps even necessary. He acknowledged the confusion and concern his decision would create, but he asked his subjects to see it not as abandonment, but as a different form of service, using his remaining years to pray for the kingdom and its people rather than to govern them directly. The announcement of Coenred as his successor was carefully calculated to minimize political disruption. By identifying a clear replacement of proper royal lineage, Cenred was ensuring that the succession would be unambiguous and legitimate. He praised Æthelred's capabilities and urged his subjects to give the new king the same loyalty and support they had given him. The endorsement was both generous and strategic, generous in its warm assessment of Coenred's readiness for kingship, strategic in how it positioned the transition as a natural and well-planned development, rather than a crisis precipitated by the current king's departure. The initial reactions to Cenred's announcement ranged from stunned silence to open dismay. Many of those present simply could not process what they were hearing. Kings did not voluntarily abandon their thrones. Political power was something men fought and died to obtain and retain, not something they casually discarded. The very idea that a successful monarch would choose poverty and obscurity over wealth and authority seemed to violate the fundamental logic of how the world worked. The warriors and secular nobles were particularly troubled. To them, Cenred's decision looked like weakness or even cowardice. They wondered whether some hidden political crisis or military threat had forced the king's hand, whether his talk of spiritual calling was merely a face-saving rationalization for retreat from responsibilities he could no longer handle. Some voiced concerns about Coenred's readiness, questioning whether the young successor possessed the strength and experience necessary to hold the kingdom together. Others worried about how Mercia's enemies would interpret these developments, fearing that voluntary abdication would be seen as internal weakness that invited external aggression. The ecclesiastical leaders present had more nuanced reactions. Some bishops and abbots were genuinely moved by Coenred's spiritual devotion and saw his decision as an inspiring example of Christian priorities properly ordered. These supporters viewed the king's abdication as a radical witness to gospel values, a demonstration that even earthly power must ultimately be subordinated to heavenly calling. They praised Cenred's courage in making such a difficult choice and held up his example as something that challenged the worldly values dominating their society. Other church leaders, however, were more skeptical or concerned. They worried about the practical implications of the king's departure. Who would protect the churches and monasteries that depended on royal patronage? Who would defend Christian interests in the inevitable conflicts with pagan or heretical neighbours? Some even questioned the theological soundness of Cenred's reasoning, arguing that God had placed him in a position of authority precisely so that he could serve divine purposes through the exercise of political power. To these critics, the king's abdication represented not faithfulness to a higher calling, but a misunderstanding of how God intended Christian princes to serve. The announcement that young King Offa of Essex would accompany Cenred on his pilgrimage added another layer of complexity to an already extraordinary situation. One king abandoning his throne might be dismissed as an isolated case of spiritual enthusiasm or personal weakness, but two kings from different kingdoms, independently reaching the same radical conclusion. This suggested something more significant was happening. To supporters, it indicated a genuine movement of the Holy Spirit, calling rulers to witness to gospel values through dramatic renunciation. To critics, it suggested that some dangerous enthusiasm or spiritual pride was spreading among Christian kings, potentially destabilizing the political order of Anglo-Saxon England. The logistics of the abdication required careful management. Cenred had to formally release his subjects from their oaths of loyalty, transfer the symbols of royal authority to Coenred, and receive the ecclesiastical blessings necessary for his pilgrimage. Each of these steps was laden with symbolic and practical significance. The release from oaths ensured that no one could accuse Cenred's supporters of betraying their sworn loyalty by accepting a new king. The transfer of authority provided clear visual confirmation of the succession. The ecclesiastical blessings gave religious sanction to what was essentially an unprecedented political development. The ceremony of abdication and succession was designed to be as solemn and impressive as any coronation. The assembled bishops invoked divine blessing on both the departing and incoming kings. Sacred relics were brought forth to witness the transfer of power. Prayers were offered for the kingdom's continued prosperity and for Cenred's spiritual journey. The ritual combined elements of traditional royal ceremony with innovations necessary to accommodate this unprecedented situation, creating a hybrid liturgy that attempted to make sense of something that had never happened before in living memory. Æthelred's response to his sudden elevation was a mixture of gratitude and apprehension. He knelt before his cousin to receive the symbols of royal authority, the sword that represented the military leadership, the scepter that symbolized judicial authority, the crown that embodied sovereign power. Each object transferred was laden with meaning, representing not just abstract concepts, but concrete responsibilities that would now fall upon Coenred's shoulders. The new king understood that he was inheriting both opportunity and burden, that the crown his cousin was surrendering would prove far heavier in reality than it appeared in ceremony. In his acceptance speech, Coenred struck notes of both continuity and renewal. He praised Cenred's reign and promised to build upon the foundations his predecessor had laid. He acknowledged his own youth and inexperience, asking for patience and support as he grew into his new responsibilities. Most importantly, he attempted to address the concerns about stability and strength that many in the assembly were feeling. The new king made clear that while he respected his cousin's spiritual calling, his own path would be that of active kingship, defending Mercia's interests, dispensing justice, maintaining the political order that allowed his subjects to live in peace and prosperity. The days immediately following the formal abdication were filled with practical arrangements and emotional farewells. Cenred had to settle his personal affairs, distribute possessions he would no longer need, and prepare for a journey from which he knew he would never return. The former king approached these tasks with the same methodical care that had characterized his governance, ensuring that nothing was left undone and that no one who had served him faithfully was left unprovided for. The distribution of Cenred's personal wealth revealed much about his priorities and values. Rather than keeping resources for the journey or enriching family members, he gave generously to religious houses and charitable causes. Monasteries received grants of land and precious objects. Churches were endowed with funds for their maintenance and the support of their clergy. The poor and vulnerable received direct assistance. Through these final acts as a man of property and power, Cenred demonstrated the spiritual values that had motivated his abdication, showing that his renunciation of authority was matched by a renunciation of the wealth that had accompanied it. The emotional toll of these days was considerable. Coenred was not a cold or distant figure who could walk away from relationships without feeling their loss. He had formed genuine bonds with many of his subjects, developed deep friendships with advisors and companions, created a court culture that reflected his own values and personality. Leaving all of this behind was painful, regardless of how convinced he was that God was calling him to a different path. The farewells were often tearful, marked by genuine grief at partings that both sides understood would be permanent. The visit to his uncle Æthelred at Bardney Abbey was particularly significant during this period of final preparations. The two men, who had made the same extraordinary choice, could now speak with complete understanding of what each had experienced. Æthelred could offer practical advice about the journey to Rome, about adjusting to monastic life, about managing the psychological and spiritual challenges of transitioning from royal authority to monastic obedience. More importantly, the former king could provide validation and encouragement, confirming from his own experience that the path Coenred was choosing, though difficult, led to a peace and spiritual fulfillment that made all the sacrifices worthwhile. The conversation between uncle and nephew during this visit must have ranged widely across the great themes of faith, power, and spiritual calling. Æthelred could speak from 5 years of monastic experience about how the renunciation of worldly authority had transformed his relationship with God, how freedom from political responsibilities had created space for deeper prayer and contemplation, how the simplicity of monastic life had clarified his understanding of what truly mattered. Cenred, still in the early stages of his own transition, could draw strength from his uncle's testimony that the radical choice they had both made was not only survivable, but genuinely transformative. As the departure date approached, Cenred intensified his spiritual preparations. He spent long hours in prayer, seeking divine protection for the dangerous journey ahead. He made detailed confession of his sins, desiring to begin his new life with as clean a conscience as possible. He received communion with particular devotion, understanding that while the sacrament would remain available to him as a monk, his relationship to this sacred mystery was about to change profoundly. The former king was consciously preparing himself to become a different kind of person, not the powerful ruler who had commanded armies and dispensed justice, but the humble pilgrim who would seek God with the same dedication he had once brought to governing his kingdom. The practical preparations for the journey required equal attention. The route to Rome was long and potentially dangerous, covering hundreds of miles through multiple kingdoms and traversing territories where bandits and hostile forces could threaten travelers. Cenred needed reliable companions beyond just King Offa, servants and guards who could manage the logistics of the journey and provide protection when necessary. He needed resources to sustain the party during months of travel. Most crucially, He needed diplomatic arrangements to ensure safe passage through the various territories the pilgrims would traverse. Letters were dispatched to rulers along the route, explaining the pilgrims' intentions and requesting safe conduct. These diplomatic communications were delicate. They had to make clear that the travellers were former kings deserving of respect and protection, while also emphasizing that they were now humble pilgrims without political agendas or ambitions. The responses varied. Some rulers were eager to host such distinguished visitors, seeing opportunity for prestige in offering hospitality to royal pilgrims. Others were more suspicious, wondering whether the supposed pilgrimage might be a cover for diplomatic or even military reconnaissance. The Frankish kingdoms through which the pilgrims would need to pass presented particular challenges. The political situation in Francia was complex and often unstable, with rival factions competing for power and shifting alliances creating a constantly changing diplomatic landscape. Cenred had to navigate these complexities carefully, obtaining assurances of safe passage from the right people while avoiding entanglement in local disputes. The diplomatic skills he had developed as king now served him well as he prepared to traverse regions where his safety would depend on the goodwill of rulers who owed him no loyalty and might have reasons to view English pilgrims with suspicion. The question of what to bring on the journey required careful consideration. As a pilgrim committed to embracing poverty, Cenred could not arrive in Rome laden with royal treasures and luxuries. Yet practical necessities had to be provided for: resources for food and shelter during the journey, gifts to smooth diplomatic encounters along the way, offerings for the churches and monasteries where the pilgrims would worship. The balance between spiritual ideals and practical necessities had to be carefully struck, ensuring that the journey could be completed successfully while still honoring the principles of renunciation and simplicity that motivated it. The choice of companions was equally important. Cenred needed people he could trust absolutely, men who understood his spiritual motivations and shared his commitment to the pilgrimage's deeper purposes. Some members of his former household volunteered to accompany him, unwilling to be separated from the king they had served faithfully. Others were selected for their practical skills, knowledge of languages, familiarity with foreign lands, ability to handle the logistics of a long journey. The party that would eventually depart for Rome represented a careful balance of spiritual devotion and practical capability. The final days in Mercia were marked by a series of farewell ceremonies. Cenred visited important religious sites throughout his former kingdom, receiving blessings and offering prayers at places that had been significant in his spiritual development. He stopped at monasteries where he had found counsel and encouragement during his reign, thanking the monks whose teachings and example had helped shape his understanding of Christian faith. He visited churches where he had worshipped as king, offering final prayers for the people and kingdom he was leaving behind. The emotional high point of these farewells came when Cenred made his final appearance before a gathering of his former subjects. The crowd that assembled was enormous. People had travelled from throughout Mercia to witness this historic moment and to say goodbye to the king who had served them with such distinctive devotion. The scene was charged with conflicting emotions: pride in having been ruled by such a spiritually committed king, grief at his departure, hope that his prayers as a monk would benefit the kingdom, and lingering confusion about whether his decision was truly wise or merely an incomprehensible spiritual excess. Coenred's final speech to his people was brief but moving. He thanked them for their loyalty during his reign. He asked for their forgiveness for any failures or shortcomings in his governance. He urged them to give Æthelred the same support they had given him, emphasizing that the kingdom's future depended on unity and cooperation. Most poignantly, he promised that though he would be physically absent, his prayers would continue to sustain them. The former king was attempting to redefine his relationship with his people, no longer their ruler, but their intercessor, no longer exercising political authority, but offering spiritual support through prayer and devotion. The response of the crowd was extraordinary. Many wept openly, overcome by the realization that they were witnessing something unprecedented in their history. Some called out blessings for the king's journey. Others pleaded with him to reconsider, even at this late hour, and remain on the throne. A few voices praised his decision, seeing in his abdication a powerful witness to spiritual values that challenged the worldly priorities dominating their society. The mixture of reactions reflected the genuine complexity of what was happening. This was neither simple abandonment nor pure inspiration, but something more nuanced and challenging that defied easy categorization. As the moment of departure finally arrived, Cenred made his way to where King Offa and the other members of their pilgrim party were waiting. The two former kings, now dressed in the simple garb of pilgrims, made a striking visual statement. Here were men who had commanded armies and dispensed justice, who had lived in royal splendor and exercised vast authority, now appearing as humble travelers dependent on the charity and goodwill of others. The transformation was both shocking and inspiring, a visual sermon about the transitory nature of earthly power and the enduring value of spiritual devotion. The actual moment of departure was relatively simple. There were no elaborate ceremonies, no grand processions, just two former kings and their companions beginning to walk southward on the road that would eventually lead them to Rome. Behind them, the crowd watched in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. Before them lay hundreds of miles of uncertain travel, potential dangers, and the promise of a completely different life in the eternal city. Cenred paused briefly at the edge of the settlement, turning to look back one final time at the kingdom he was leaving. In that moment, he must have experienced a complex rush of emotions, relief at finally following through on the decision that had been building in his heart for so long, grief at leaving behind everything familiar, anxiety about the uncertain journey ahead, and perhaps above all, a deep sense of rightness about the path he had chosen. The warrior king who had defended Mercia faithfully was becoming the monk pilgrim who would seek God with equal dedication. As the pilgrims disappeared from view, heading toward the coast and eventually to Rome, they left behind a kingdom in turmoil, struggling to understand what had just happened. Some saw Cenred's departure as an inspiring example of Christian devotion that challenged worldly values and pointed toward higher truths. Others viewed it as a troubling abandonment of responsibility that could potentially destabilize the political order. Most simply watched in confusion, unable to fully process the unprecedented nature of what they had witnessed. The great abdication of 709 would become one of the defining moments in Anglo-Saxon history, not because of its immediate political impact, which Cenred had carefully managed to minimize through his succession planning, but because of what it represented symbolically. Here was evidence that Christianity was not just a superficial addition to traditional warrior culture, but a transformative force capable of reshaping even the most fundamental assumptions about power, duty, and human fulfillment. Two successful kings had walked away from everything the world valued, demonstrating that there were goods greater than political authority and callings higher than the exercise of royal power. For Cenred personally, the abdication represented the resolution of tensions that had plagued him throughout his reign. The internal conflict between earthly responsibilities and heavenly aspirations could finally be set aside. The impossible task of reconciling Christian ideals with political necessities no longer burdened him. The warrior who had reluctantly taken up arms to defend his people was now free to pursue peace with single-minded dedication. The king who had struggled to govern justly while maintaining authority, could now embrace a life of prayer and contemplation that required no moral compromises. As the former king walked away from Tamworth that summer day, he carried nothing of material value. No crown, no royal robes, no symbols of the authority he had exercised, but he carried something infinitely more precious, a sense of peace about his decision, a clarity of purpose about his calling, and a hope that the radical renunciation he was undertaking would lead him closer to the God he had been seeking all along. The great abdication was complete, and the next phase of Cenred's extraordinary journey was beginning. The journey from Mercia to Rome in the early 8th century was no casual undertaking. The route covered hundreds of miles across diverse and often hostile territories, through kingdoms with varying levels of stability, across rivers and mountain ranges that posed serious obstacles even in favourable conditions. For Cenred and Offa, two former kings now travelling as humble pilgrims, the physical journey would mirror their spiritual transformation. Each step away from their kingdoms represented another step toward the religious life they were seeking. Each challenge overcome was a test of the commitment that had led them to abandon their thrones. The pilgrim party that departed Mercia consisted of more than just the two former kings. Practical necessity required servants to manage the logistics of travel, guards to provide protection against the very real dangers that lurked along medieval roads, and guides who knew the routes and could help navigate the complex political landscape of early 8th century Europe. Yet despite this practical support, Coenred and Offa were determined to maintain the spirit of humble pilgrimage. They would walk rather than ride when possible, accept simple accommodations rather than demand royal treatment, and present themselves as seekers of spiritual grace rather than as powerful men deserving of special deference. The first leg of the journey took them southeast through Anglo-Saxon England toward the coast. Even within territories that had been subject to Cenred's authority, the reception was mixed. Some communities welcomed the former king warmly, seeing his passage as an opportunity to receive his blessing and perhaps to gain spiritual merit by assisting his holy journey. Others were more reserved, uncertain how to respond to a ruler who had voluntarily surrendered his power. A few were openly skeptical, viewing the pilgrimage as either spiritual excess or political retreat disguised in religious garb. At each stop along the way, Coenred and Offa participated in local worship, praying in churches and monasteries, receiving the hospitality of religious communities, and gradually adjusting to their new identity as pilgrims rather than rulers. These stops provided opportunities for spiritual refreshment and practical rest, but they also offered vivid illustrations of the transformation the former kings were undergoing. Men who had once been served by others were now dependent on the generosity of strangers. Rulers who had dispensed justice were now subject to the decisions of others about where they could stay and how they would be treated. The crossing to the continent was itself a significant moment in the journey, as the former kings stood on the deck of the ship carrying them across the channel. Watching the English coastline recede into the distance, they must have felt the finality of their decision with new intensity. They were leaving not just their kingdoms, but their homeland, embarking on a journey that would take them farther from everything familiar than they had ever been. The physical distance they were putting between themselves and their former lives symbolized the spiritual distance they were seeking from their old identities as warrior kings. Landing on the continent brought the pilgrims into a very different political and cultural world. The Frankish kingdoms that dominated what is now France and Western Germany were in a period of transition and often instability. The old Merovingian dynasty was declining. Real power increasingly rested with the mayors of the palace, who would eventually establish the Carolingian dynasty, and local nobles exercised considerable autonomy that could make travel unpredictable and sometimes dangerous. Cenred and Offa had to navigate this complex landscape carefully, presenting themselves in ways that would secure safe passage without making them targets for bandits or ambitious local rulers who might see opportunity in wealthy travelers. The route they followed was well established, one that countless pilgrims before them had traversed. The roads themselves were often remnants of the Roman transportation network that had once connected the vast empire, though centuries of neglect had left many in poor condition. Rivers provided alternative routes when available, but also presented obstacles when bridges were unavailable or crossing points were controlled by those demanding payment or offering questionable security. Mountains, particularly as the pilgrims approached Italy, presented serious challenges, with passes that could be dangerous even in good weather and potentially impassable in bad conditions. The hospitality they encountered varied dramatically. Monasteries along the route typically welcomed pilgrims, seeing the provision of shelter and sustenance to travelers as a religious duty. These stops were particularly meaningful for Coenred and Offa, offering them glimpses of the monastic life they were seeking. They could participate in the liturgical rhythms of the communities, join in the hours of prayer that structured monastic days, and converse with monks who had chosen the life of renunciation that the former kings were now embracing. These encounters reinforced their conviction that they had made the right choice and provided practical education about what awaited them when they reached Rome and formally entered religious life. Secular hospitality was more unpredictable. Some local rulers were eager to host such distinguished travelers, seeing opportunities for prestige or possible future political advantage. Others were suspicious of pilgrims claiming to be former kings, wondering whether the story might be a cover for espionage or other political activities. Still, others simply saw wealthy travelers as potential targets for extortion or theft. The former kings had to be constantly alert to the dynamics of each new situation, reading cues about whether they were truly welcome or merely tolerated, whether their safety was assured or potentially at risk. The physical challenges of the journey were considerable. Medieval travel was difficult under the best circumstances, and extended pilgrimage tested even the hardiest travelers. Cenred and Offa, though both still relatively young and previously accustomed to the physical demands of royal life and military campaigns, found themselves pushed to their limits by the constant walking, irregular meals, uncomfortable sleeping arrangements, and exposure to weather and other harsh conditions. The physical suffering became part of their spiritual discipline. Each ache and discomfort was an offering to God, a small share in the suffering of Christ, a reminder of the transitory nature of physical comfort and the importance of focusing on eternal rather than temporal concerns. The journey also provided ample time for prayer and spiritual reflection. The long days of walking created space for contemplation that had rarely been available during their reigns. Freed from the constant demands of governance, political calculation, and the need to make decisions affecting thousands of lives, the former kings could focus on their own souls and their relationship with God. They prayed as they walked, used the liturgical hours to structure their days even when far from any church, and spent evenings in spiritual conversation about the faith that had motivated their extraordinary decision to abandon their thrones. The conversations between Coenred and Offa during these long days of travel must have been remarkable. Here were two men who had independently reached the same radical conclusion about the incompatibility of political power with true Christian discipleship. They could share their experiences of the spiritual struggles that had led to their abdication, compare their understanding of what God was calling them toward, and encourage each other when doubts arose or when the difficulties of the journey threatened to shake their resolve. The companionship, they developed during these months of shared pilgrimage, created a bond that would sustain them through the challenges ahead. As the pilgrim party moved through the Frankish kingdoms toward the Alpine passes that would lead them into Italy, they encountered increasing numbers of other pilgrims heading toward Rome. The 8th century was a period of growing enthusiasm for pilgrimage in Western Europe, and the roads to Rome carried a constant stream of travelers seeking spiritual merit, healing, forgiveness, or simply the adventure of visiting the holy sites associated with Saints Peter and Paul. This growing pilgrim traffic created a kind of infrastructure, hostels and shelters established specifically for pilgrims, guides who specialized in helping travelers navigate difficult terrain, a shared culture of pilgrimage that provided common understanding among strangers traveling toward the same destination. Meeting other pilgrims reinforced for Cenred an offer that they were part of something larger than their individual spiritual journeys. The practice of pilgrimage represented a fundamental dimension of medieval Christianity, the understanding that faith was not static but dynamic, not merely a set of beliefs to be held, but a journey to be undertaken. Physical travel to holy sites mirrored and facilitated spiritual travel toward God. The difficulties of the journey paralleled the challenges of spiritual growth. The goal of reaching Rome symbolized the ultimate goal of reaching heaven. In joining this stream of pilgrims, the former kings were participating in one of the central religious expressions of their age. The crossing of the Alps presented the journey's greatest physical challenge. The mountain passes, even those that were regularly used by travelers, were demanding and potentially dangerous. Weather could change rapidly, transforming a difficult trek into a life-threatening ordeal. The altitude affected even strong travelers, leaving them short of breath and exhausted. Local guides, essential for safe passage, had to be found and trusted. The former kings, accustomed to command and control, now found themselves completely dependent on others' knowledge and goodwill, a humbling lesson in the vulnerability that their new status as pilgrims required. As they descended from the Alpine heights toward the Italian plains, the landscape began to change in ways that signaled their approach to a different world. The architecture shifted, showing more influence from the classical Roman past. The language changed, with Latin becoming more prevalent than the Germanic tongues they had grown accustomed to in Francia. Most significantly, they began to encounter more frequent reminders of the ancient empire that had once ruled most of the known world. Crumbling aqueducts, sections of perfectly engineered Roman roads, occasional ruins of villas and public buildings that spoke of a vanished civilization of extraordinary sophistication and power. These, physical reminders of Rome's former glory, prompted deep reflections for the traveling former kings. Here was evidence that even the mightiest earthly powers were transitory, that empires that had seemed eternal could crumble into dust, that all worldly achievement was ultimately temporary. The contrast between Rome's faded political power and its growing spiritual authority as the center of Western Christianity provided a powerful object lesson about what endures and what does not. Political dominion had proven temporary, but spiritual authority rooted in Christian truth seemed capable of transcending the rise and fall of temporal kingdoms. The journey through Italy brought the pilgrims into territories controlled by the Lombards, a Germanic people who had invaded Italy in the previous century and established kingdoms that complicated the political landscape of the peninsula. Relations between the Lombards and the papacy were often tense, with disputes over territory and authority creating ongoing conflicts. Cenred and Offa had to navigate these tensions carefully, presenting themselves as purely religious pilgrims with no political agenda, while still maintaining the dignity appropriate to their former status. As they traveled south through Italy, the number of churches, shrines, and religious sites multiplied. Italy was thick with holy places, locations associated with early Christian martyrs, churches claiming to house important relics, monasteries known for their sanctity and learning. The former kings stopped at many of these sites, praying for the success of their pilgrimage, offering thanks for their safe journey thus far, and preparing themselves spiritually for their arrival at their ultimate destination. The excitement and anticipation grew as they drew closer to Rome. After months of difficult travel, after hundreds of miles of walking through foreign lands, after countless challenges and dangers overcome, they were approaching the city that represented the geographical and spiritual heart of Western Christianity. Rome was where Saints Peter and Paul had been martyred, where their relics were preserved in great basilicas, where the Pope, the successor of Peter and the vicar of Christ on earth, maintained his seat. To reach Rome was to arrive at one of the most sacred destinations in all of Christendom. The first glimpse of Rome itself must have been overwhelming. Even in its reduced 8th century state, the city retained traces of its former magnificence. Ancient walls still surrounded much of the urban area. Massive ruins of temples, baths, and public buildings dominated the skyline. The great churches that had been erected over the tombs of Peter and Paul and other martyrs stood as Christian monuments amid the remnants of pagan glory. For pilgrims approaching after a long and difficult journey, the sight of Rome represented not just the end of physical travel, but the threshold of profound spiritual experience. Entering the city, Cenred and Offa found themselves in a place unlike anywhere they had experienced. Rome in 709 was a shadow of what it had been at the height of the imperial power. The population had declined dramatically from the million or more who had lived there at the empire's peak. Many ancient buildings stood empty and crumbling. Entire districts were abandoned or given over to agriculture. Yet despite this physical decline, the city remained the spiritual capital of Western Christianity, drawing pilgrims from across Europe who came seeking forgiveness, healing, spiritual merit, or simply the experience of walking where the apostles had walked and died. The former kings made their way to the Vatican area, where the great Basilica of St. Peter stood over the apostles' tomb. This church, originally built by the Emperor Constantine in the 4th century, was one of the most sacred sites in Christendom. Here Peter had been buried after his martyrdom under Nero. Here pilgrims came to venerate his relics and pray for his intercession. Here the spiritual authority that the popes claimed as Peter's successors was most tangibly manifested. For Cenred and Offa, reaching this sacred space represented the culmination of their physical pilgrimage. Though their spiritual journey was far from complete, the experience of praying at Peter's tomb was profoundly moving for the two former kings. They knelt where countless pilgrims before them had knelt, adding their prayers to the accumulated devotion of generations. They reflected on Peter's own journey from fisherman to apostle, on his denial of Christ and subsequent restoration, on his martyrdom in this very city. Peter's transformation from an ordinary man into a foundational figure of Christianity provided a model for their own hoped-for transformation from warrior kings into devoted servants of God. The next crucial step was to seek audience with Pope Constantine, who had ascended to the papal throne in 708. The Pope was not merely the Bishop of Rome, but the recognized head of Western Christianity, the successor of Peter, who held the keys to the kingdom of heaven. Receiving the tonsure from the Pope himself would give Coenred and Offa's entry into religious life a significance and authority that no other ceremony could provide. It would be the Pope's blessing that would formally transform them from former kings into monks, from wielders of temporal power into seekers of spiritual perfection. Securing an audience with the Pope required patience and proper protocols. Even former kings could not simply demand immediate access to the Holy Father. Cenred and Offa had to navigate the papal bureaucracy, present their credentials and intentions, and wait for the appropriate arrangements to be made. The delay provided time for further prayer and preparation, for visits to other Roman churches and shrines, for growing accustomed to the city that would be their home for the remainder of their lives. When the audience with Pope Constantine finally occurred, it was a momentous occasion. The Pope, himself a Syrian by birth and a man of considerable learning and spiritual authority, received the former kings with warmth and respect. He had heard of their extraordinary decision to abandon their thrones, and he recognized the significance of their witness. Here were rulers who had demonstrated that Christian faith was not merely a convenient addition to traditional culture, but a transformative force capable of reshaping even the most fundamental assumptions about power and success. The conversation between the Pope and the former kings ranged widely across spiritual and political matters. Constantine wanted to understand their motivations, to ensure that their decision was genuine spiritual calling, rather than political calculation or psychological crisis. Cenred and Offa, in turn, sought the Pope's guidance about the religious life they were entering, asking questions about monastic discipline, spiritual practices, and how best to dedicate their remaining years to God's service. The Pope's assessment was ultimately positive. He concluded that these two men were indeed responding to authentic spiritual callings, that their decision to renounce worldly power was motivated by genuine devotion rather than ulterior motives. He agreed to receive them into religious life, to perform the tonsure ceremony that would mark their formal entry into the monastic state, and to help them find appropriate arrangements for their future in Rome. The tonsure ceremony itself was laden with symbolism and significance. The ritual cutting of hair that marked entry into religious life represented a visible sign of interior transformation. The specific style of tonsure used in the Roman Church, shaving the crown of the head while leaving a ring of hair around the sides, was meant to resemble the crown of thorns that Christ wore at his crucifixion, symbolizing the monk's participation in Christ's suffering and his commitment to carrying his own cross. As Pope Constantine performed the ceremony, cutting the hair of these two former kings, he was presiding over one of the most extraordinary moments in 8th century Christian history. These men, who had commanded armies and governed kingdoms, were now receiving the mark that identified them as servants of God, bound by vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. The transformation was complete. Coenred and Offa were no longer kings in any meaningful sense, but monks who had chosen spiritual wealth over earthly power. Following the tonsure, arrangements had to be made for where the new monks would live. Rather than entering a specific monastic community with its structured routine and discipline, Cenred and Offa were permitted to establish themselves at the threshold of the apostles, that is, in close proximity to St. Peter's Basilica, where they could dedicate themselves to prayer and devotion near the apostles' tomb. This arrangement allowed them considerable flexibility in structuring their religious lives while still maintaining the essential commitment to renunciation and spiritual discipline that defined monasticism. The practical details of this new life had to be worked out. Where would they live? How would they support themselves? What would their daily routine look like? How would they occupy their time in ways that advanced their spiritual growth? These questions were gradually answered as Cenred and Offa settled into their new existence. They found simple lodgings near the Vatican, accepted the minimal support necessary for survival, and established a rhythm of prayer, study, and contemplation that would characterize their remaining years. The daily routine they adopted was shaped by the liturgical practices of the Church. They rose early for morning prayers, participating in the public worship that marked the beginning of each day. Throughout the day, they observed the traditional hours of prayer that structured time in monasteries throughout the Christian world. They spent time in scripture study and spiritual reading, deepening their understanding of the faith that had motivated their extraordinary decision. They engaged in works of charity, serving the poor and vulnerable who congregated around the churches of Rome seeking assistance. The spiritual disciplines they embraced were rigorous. Fasting became a regular practice, not just during Lent and other penitential seasons, but as an ongoing means of mortifying the flesh and focusing the mind on spiritual rather than material concerns. Long periods of silent prayer allowed for deep contemplation and examination of conscience. Confession and spiritual direction helped them navigate the challenges of their new life and address the residual attachments to worldly identity and accomplishment that threatened to distract from their spiritual purposes. The adjustment to this radically different life was not without challenges. Men who had been accustomed to exercising authority now practiced obedience. Those who had lived in royal splendor now embraced voluntary poverty. Warriors who had known the excitement of battle now sought the peace of contemplation. The transformation required conscious effort and ongoing commitment, a daily choice to embrace their new identity and resist the temptation to cling to their former status. Yet, despite these challenges, both Cenred and Offa found in their monastic life a peace and fulfillment that had eluded them on their thrones. The internal conflicts that had tormented them as kings, the tension between Christian ideals and political necessities, the moral compromises that governance seemed to require, the divided loyalties between earthly duties and heavenly aspirations, were finally resolved. Free from the burdens of political responsibility, they could focus entirely on their relationship with God and the cultivation of their souls. The former kings became known among the religious community of Rome for their devotion and humility. Those who encountered them were struck by how completely they had embraced their new identity as monks. There was no hint of nostalgia for their former power, no residual pride in their royal heritage, no expectation of special treatment based on their extraordinary backgrounds. They had truly become what they claimed to be, servants of God who had renounced the world to seek eternal treasures that could not be measured in territories, tributes, or military victories. The years passed peacefully for Cenred in his Roman refuge. The precise details of his daily life are lost to history, but we can imagine him rising each morning to pray as the sun rose over the ancient city, spending his days in devotion and contemplation, offering up his prayers for the kingdom he had left behind and the people he had once governed. He had found what he had been seeking throughout his reign, a way to dedicate himself entirely to God, without the complications and compromises that political power inevitably entailed. The former warrior king, who had once defended borders and dispensed justice, was now engaged in what he believed to be more important battles: spiritual warfare against sin and temptation, the struggle to purify his own heart and grow in holiness, the work of interceding in prayer for a world that desperately needed divine mercy. In his mind, this was not a retreat from responsibility, but a different form of service, using his remaining years to pray for his former kingdom and all of Christian Europe, rather than to govern directly. The years that Cenred spent as a monk in Rome represent the final and perhaps most authentic chapter of his extraordinary life. Here, freed from the burdens of political responsibility and the moral compromises that governance required, the former king could finally live according to the spiritual ideals that had called him so persistently throughout his reign. The transformation from warrior king to humble monk was complete, and Cenred could devote himself entirely to the pursuit of holiness that had become the consuming passion of his life. The daily routine that structured Cenred's monastic existence was built around the liturgical rhythms that had governed Christian worship since the earliest days of the Church. He rose before dawn for the office of vigils, the first of the canonical hours that marked the passage of each day, As darkness gave way to the pale light of morning over Rome's ancient hills, the former king joined his voice with countless other monks and religious throughout the city in offering the first prayers of the new day. The morning hours were devoted to prayer and contemplation. Cenred spent time in the great basilica of St. Peter, kneeling in the same spots where countless pilgrims before him had prayed, adding his devotions to the accumulated worship of generations. The proximity to Peter's tomb gave these prayers particular intensity. Here, he was literally at the threshold of the apostles, in the presence of the mortal remains of the man to whom Christ had entrusted the keys of the kingdom. The sense of connection to the apostolic age, to the foundational moments of Christian history, made his prayers feel more immediate and powerful. Scripture study occupied a significant portion of Coenred's days. He had always been educated in the basic Latin necessary for a Christian king, but now he had the time and motivation to deepen his engagement with the sacred texts that were the foundation of his faith. He studied the Gospels with particular attention, seeking to understand more fully the teachings of Christ that had motivated his decision to abandon worldly power. The Psalms, which formed the backbone of the liturgical hours, took on ever deeper meaning as he prayed them repeatedly, discovering new dimensions of significance in texts he had encountered hundreds of times before. The writings of the Church Fathers provided additional material for contemplation and study. Augustine's Confessions, with its account of spiritual struggle and eventual conversion, resonated powerfully with Coenred's own journey. Jerome's biblical commentaries open new layers of meaning in familiar scriptures. Gregory the Great's pastoral care, with its guidance for spiritual leadership, now spoke to him not as instructions for governing a kingdom, but as wisdom for shepherding his own unruly soul. The intellectual richness of Christian tradition provided endless material for reflection and growth. Physical labor was also part of Cenred's routine, as it was for monks throughout the Christian world. The rule of Benedict, which governed monastic life in many communities, emphasized the importance of manual work as both practical necessity and spiritual discipline. Cenred likely engaged in the kinds of simple tasks that maintained the religious life of his community: tending gardens, copying manuscripts, maintaining buildings, preparing food. These humble labors, so different from the grand concerns that had occupied him as king, served to reinforce his new identity and keep him grounded in the practical realities of daily existence. The practice of charity became increasingly central to Coenred's monastic life. Rome, despite its spiritual significance, was also a city with significant poverty and suffering. Pilgrims arrived constantly, many of them exhausted and destitute after long journeys. Local poor congregated around the churches seeking assistance. Orphans, widows, the sick and disabled all looked to the Christian community for support. Cenred devoted considerable time and energy to serving these vulnerable populations, seeing in them the face of Christ, an opportunity to practice the love and mercy that the gospel commanded. The spiritual friendships that Coenred developed in Rome provided crucial support for his continuing growth in holiness. He formed relationships with other monks and religious who shared his commitment to seeking God with their whole hearts. These friendships were not superficial social connections, but deep spiritual bonds rooted in common faith and shared dedication to the monastic life. Conversations with these companions ranged across theological questions, shared experiences of spiritual struggle and growth, and mutual encouragement in maintaining commitment to the challenging path they had chosen. The relationship between Cenred and Offa remained particularly significant. The two former kings who had made their pilgrimage together continued to support each other in their monastic lives. They understood each other's backgrounds and motivations in ways that no one else could. They had shared the extraordinary experience of walking away from political power at its height, and they continued to share the daily challenges and blessings of living according to their radical choice. Their friendship was a gift that made the difficulties of monastic life more bearable and the joys more complete. Fasting and other forms of physical discipline played important roles in Cenred's spiritual practices. The mortification of the flesh was understood in medieval Christianity not as hatred of the body, but as a means of disciplining physical desires that could distract from spiritual pursuits. By reducing the body's demands through fasting and simple living, monks believed they could free the mind and spirit to focus more completely on God. Cenred embraced these disciplines enthusiastically, seeing in them tools for the spiritual transformation he sought. The practice of confession and spiritual direction helped Coenred navigate the ongoing challenges of monastic life. Even after years of religious practice, even with the sincerest commitment to holiness, the former king continued to struggle with residual attachments to his former identity, with pride in his spiritual achievements, with 1,000 subtle temptations that afflict even the most devoted souls. Regular confession allowed him to acknowledge these failings and receive absolution. Spiritual direction from wise counselors helped him understand the patterns in his spiritual struggles and develop strategies for growth. The examination of conscience became a daily practice. Each evening, before the final prayers of the day, Coenred reviewed his actions, thoughts, and motivations, seeking to understand where he had succeeded in living according to Christian ideals and where he had fallen short. This practice of honest self-assessment was challenging. It required acknowledging uncomfortable truths about his remaining weaknesses and imperfections, but it was also liberating, creating space for growth by bringing hidden faults into the light where they could be addressed. The liturgical calendar structured Cenred's experience of time in ways that were both familiar and newly profound. He had observed the major Christian feasts during his reign, but now they took on deeper significance. Christmas reminded him that God had become human in Jesus Christ, embracing the vulnerability and limitation of mortal existence. Easter celebrated Christ's victory over death, offering hope that the faithful would share in that resurrection. Pentecost commemorated the descent of the Holy Spirit, that divine presence that enabled ordinary humans to live extraordinary lives of faith and devotion. The saints' days that dotted the calendar provided opportunities to reflect on different models of Christian holiness. The martyrs who had died rather than renounce their faith challenged Cenred to consider what he was willing to sacrifice for his beliefs. The confessors who had lived exemplary lives of virtue inspired him to pursue similar dedication. The missionaries who had spread the gospel to new territories reminded him that Christian faith was meant to be shared, not hoarded. Each saint's story offered different dimensions of what it meant to follow Christ faithfully. Cenred's prayers during these years focused increasingly on intercession for others rather than on his own needs and concerns. He prayed daily for his former kingdom, asking God to protect Mercia from enemies, to guide King Coenred in wise governance, to bless the people he had once ruled with peace and prosperity. He prayed for the church throughout the world, for the Pope and all bishops, for monks and missionaries, for all who labored to spread the gospel and serve God's purposes. He prayed for the conversion of pagans, for the spiritual growth of believers, for the ultimate triumph of God's kingdom. The physical setting of Coenred's monastic life, ancient Rome with its layers of history and religious significance, provided constant reminders of both the transitory nature of earthly power and the enduring reality of spiritual truths. Walking through streets where emperors once processed in triumph, past ruins of temples where pagan gods had been worshipped, among the physical remnants of vanished glory, Cenred could see tangible evidence that all earthly achievement was ultimately temporary. Yet the thriving Christian community, the pilgrims who continued to stream into the city seeking spiritual renewal, the vital faith that animated Roman religious life, all of this testified to the permanence of spiritual realities that transcended the rise and fall of temporal kingdoms. The contrast between his present circumstances and his former life was stark and deliberately maintained. Cenred had lived in royal halls, surrounded by luxury, and served by dozens of attendants. Now he occupied simple lodgings and lived with minimal possessions. He had commanded armies and dispensed justice to thousands. Now he spent his days in prayer and humble service. He had worn royal robes and insignia of authority. Now he dressed in the simple habit that marked him as just another monk seeking holiness. The external transformation mirrored and reinforced the internal spiritual changes he was pursuing. Yet despite the dramatic differences between his life as king and his life as monk, there were also continuities. The discipline and dedication that had made him an effective ruler now served him well in monastic life. The ability to maintain focus on long-term goals despite short-term difficulties helped him persevere through the challenges of spiritual growth. The capacity for self-examination that had made him a thoughtful king now enabled him to assess his spiritual progress honestly. The former warrior king had brought valuable qualities into his new vocation, even as he left behind the specific activities and responsibilities of political leadership. The sense of peace that had eluded Coenred throughout his reign became his constant companion in monastic life. The internal conflicts that had tormented him as king, the tension between Christian ideals and political necessities, the moral compromises that governance seemed to require, the divided loyalties between earthly duties and heavenly aspirations were finally resolved. He had made his choice, accepting the consequences of that choice, and he experienced a profound sense of rightness about the path he had taken. This does not mean that Cenred's final years were without struggle or challenge. Spiritual growth is never easy, and the transformation from ordinary sinner into saint is a lifelong process that extends beyond this life into purgatory or whatever post-mortem purification divine mercy requires. Cenred continued to battle against pride, against residual attachments to his former identity, against the subtle temptations that afflict even the most devoted souls. The difference was that now he could engage in these spiritual battles without the additional burden of trying to govern a kingdom, without the moral complications that political power inevitably created. As the years passed, Coenred became known in Rome's religious community for his genuine humility and deep devotion. Those who encountered him were struck by how completely he had embraced his new identity as a monk. There was no trace of the royal pride that might have been expected from a former king, no expectation of special treatment, no clinging to past glory. He had truly become what he professed to be, a servant of God who had renounced the world to seek treasures that could not be measured in earthly terms. The exact date of Cenred's death is not recorded in the historical sources that have survived. We know that he died in Rome, probably sometime in the mid-710s, after spending several peaceful years dedicated entirely to the spiritual pursuits that had called him away from his throne. The lack of specific information about his final days suggests that he died as he had lived in Rome, quietly, humbly, without drama or fanfare, simply another monk who had completed his earthly pilgrimage and gone to meet the God he had sought so earnestly. We can imagine his final illness unfolding in the simple cell where he had spent his years of monastic life. Fellow monks would have attended him, praying for his soul and ensuring he received the last sacraments that Catholic tradition provided for the dying. Cenred, facing death with the same faith that had characterized his life, would have welcomed it as the final stage of the journey that had begun when he first opened his eyes in a Mercian royal hall decades earlier. Death was not an ending, but a transition, not defeat, but victory, not loss but gain. The moment when earthly pilgrimage concluded and heavenly citizenship began. His funeral would have been simple, befitting a monk rather than a former king. The prayers offered would have been the same ones said for any member of the religious community, asking God's mercy for the departed soul and commending Cenred to divine judgment. His burial probably took place in one of the cemeteries associated with Rome's churches, among countless other Christians who had lived and died in the Eternal City, their individual stories largely forgotten, but their collective witness to Christian faith preserved in the continuing life of the Church. For Cenred personally, death represented the culmination of everything he had been seeking since that moment in 709, when he had walked away from his throne. He had renounced earthly power to seek heavenly treasures, had exchanged a king's crown for a monk's tonsure, had traded political authority for spiritual humility. Now, in death, he would discover whether his radical faith had been justified, whether the God he had sought so earnestly would indeed prove faithful to those who had sacrificed everything to follow him. The warrior king who had defended Mercia's borders was finally at rest. The monk who had spent his final years in prayer and contemplation had completed his earthly pilgrimage. Cenred's extraordinary journey, from royal prince to warrior king to humble pilgrim to devoted monk, had reached its earthly conclusion. What remained was his legacy, the example he had provided, the questions his choices had raised about power, faith, and the proper ordering of human priorities. The story of Cenred, the warrior monk king of Mercia, resonates across the centuries not because of military conquests or political achievements, but because of the radical spiritual witness embodied in his decision to abandon earthly power for heavenly pursuits. His legacy is complex and multifaceted, speaking to perennial questions about the relationship between faith and power, the meaning of success, and the proper ordering of human priorities. In the immediate aftermath of his abdication and departure, opinions about Cenred's decision remained divided. Some viewed him as a spiritual hero who had demonstrated the courage to follow his convictions regardless of worldly expectations. These admirers saw in his renunciation a powerful testimony to the reality of Christian faith. Here was a man who truly believed that heavenly treasures were more valuable than earthly kingdoms, who was willing to sacrifice everything the world valued to pursue what he understood to be God's calling for his life. Others, however, were more critical. They argued that kings had responsibilities to their people that could not simply be set aside for personal spiritual preferences. They worried that Cenred's abdication set a dangerous precedent, suggesting that Christian rulers could abandon their duties whenever the burdens of governance became inconvenient or spiritually challenging. They questioned whether his decision represented genuine spiritual calling or merely an inability to cope with the moral complexities inherent in political leadership. The question of whether Cenred's abdication was voluntary or forced has been raised by some historians. Barbara York, in her scholarly work on Anglo-Saxon England, has suggested that Cenred may not have relinquished his throne entirely of his own will, that political pressures or factionalism within the Mercian nobility might have played a role in his departure. This interpretation, while not definitively provable, given the limited historical sources, reminds us that medieval political situations were often more complex than the straightforward narratives presented by contemporary chroniclers. Yet even if political factors contributed to Cenred's decision, this does not necessarily diminish the spiritual significance of his choice. Many profound spiritual journeys begin in circumstances that are partly compelled by external events. What matters is not whether Cenred faced political pressures to abdicate, but how he chose to frame and embrace that abdication, transforming what might have been a politically motivated retirement into a radical spiritual witness that challenged contemporary assumptions about power and success. The influence of Coenred's example on subsequent Anglo-Saxon rulers is difficult to measure precisely, but appears to have been real, while no other Mercian king would repeat his dramatic abdication. The idea that royal power should be exercised with conscious attention to Christian principles, and that political success was ultimately less important than spiritual faithfulness, became more firmly established in Anglo-Saxon political culture. Later kings who supported monastic reform, who showed particular concern for justice and mercy in their governance, who saw their authority as a trust to be exercised according to divine will, all were, in some sense, heirs to the model of Christian kingship that Cenred had tried to embody. The broader tradition of royal pilgrimage and abdication that Cenred helped establish had lasting effects throughout medieval Europe. While voluntary royal abdication remained rare, the idea that even kings might be called to abandon worldly power for spiritual pursuits became part of the cultural imagination. Later, medieval rulers who undertook pilgrimages, who founded or endowed monasteries, who consulted with spiritual advisors about the moral dimensions of their decisions, all were operating within a framework that Cenred and his uncle Æthelred had helped to create. The theological questions raised by Cenred's life and choices have never been definitively resolved. Is political power ultimately compatible with true Christian discipleship? Can the exercise of coercive authority ever fully align with gospel values of love, mercy, and non-violence? Are there circumstances in which renunciation of worldly responsibility is the most faithful Christian response? Or do believers have obligations to engage with political realities and work for justice within existing structures? These questions, which troubled Cenred throughout his reign and ultimately led to his abdication, continue to challenge Christians who grapple with the relationship between faith and power. Different Christian traditions have answered these questions in different ways. The Anabaptist tradition, with its emphasis on radical discipleship and separation from worldly power structures, might see Coenred as a model of faithful response to the gospel's demands. Catholic social teaching, with its more positive assessment of the potential for political authority to serve the common good, might view him as an exceptional case whose choices should not be universalized. Reformed theology, with its emphasis on vocation and the sanctification of ordinary life, might question whether Coenred's abdication really represented greater faithfulness than conscientious exercise of royal authority. For modern readers, Cenred's story raises questions about success, fulfillment, and the proper ordering of priorities that transcend specifically religious concerns. In a culture that often equates success with power, wealth, and influence, the story of a king who voluntarily gave up all three challenges fundamental assumptions about what makes life meaningful. Cenred's radical renunciation suggests that there might be goods more valuable than the external markers of achievement that society typically celebrates, goods that require letting go of worldly success rather than accumulating more of it. The psychological dimensions of Coenred's journey are also worth considering. What inner resources enabled him to walk away from everything he had achieved? What gave him the courage to risk appearing weak or foolish in others' eyes? How did he manage the transition from being a person of enormous authority and responsibility to being just another monk among many? These questions touch on universal human experiences of identity, purpose, and the search for meaning that transcend the specific historical circumstances of 8th century Mercia. The friendship between Cenred and Offa, two kings who independently reached the same radical conclusion and supported each other through the difficult journey that followed, offers insights into the importance of companionship in pursuing difficult callings. Both men's decisions were made individually, reflecting personal spiritual convictions, but having a companion who shared the journey, who understood the sacrifices being made and the motivations behind them, undoubtedly made the path more bearable. Their friendship reminds us that even the most individual spiritual journeys are often sustained by relationships with others who share similar commitments. The specific circumstances of Cenred's reign, governing during a period when Christian values were increasingly influential but not yet fully integrated into political culture, created particular tensions that helped drive him toward his decision to abdicate. In a sense, he was caught between two worlds: the traditional warrior culture that had dominated Anglo-Saxon society and the emerging Christian culture that challenged many of that tradition's fundamental assumptions. His inability to find a synthesis that satisfied both his political responsibilities and his spiritual convictions was partly a reflection of the broader cultural transition his society was experiencing. Later, medieval developments would create more sophisticated frameworks for understanding how Christian faith could inform political action without requiring complete renunciation of authority. The concept of Christian kingship would be elaborated in ways that acknowledge the moral complexities of governance while still affirming the legitimacy of political power. When exercised according to proper principles, canon lawyers and political theologians would develop intricate theories about the relationship between spiritual and temporal authority, creating intellectual scaffolding that might have helped Cenred reconcile his faith with his royal responsibilities if it had existed during his lifetime. Yet even with these later developments, the fundamental tensions that Cenred experienced never entirely disappeared. Throughout medieval and modern Christian history, believers in positions of power have struggled with questions about whether exercising coercive authority can truly be compatible with following Christ's teaching. Some have found ways to reconcile these demands that satisfy their consciences. Others, like Cenred, have concluded that faithfulness requires renunciation of worldly power. The diversity of responses suggests that there may be no single answer that works for everyone, that individuals must grapple with these questions in light of their own circumstances, convictions, and sense of divine calling. The question of whether Cenred's abdication ultimately served his former kingdom well or poorly depends partly on how one evaluates his successor's reign. Æthelred's rule was relatively brief and apparently troubled. Historical sources suggest he died in circumstances that were suspicious, if not scandalous. Some medieval chroniclers presented his troubled reign as divine judgment on the Mercian dynasty for various sins. Others saw it as evidence that Cenred had been wrong to abandon his throne, that his abdication had left the kingdom vulnerable in ways that his continued rule might have prevented. Yet this interpretation may be too simple. Æthelred's difficulties as king might have had nothing to do with his cousin's abdication. Political challenges, personal failings, or simply bad luck could have created problems regardless of how he came to power. The fact that Mercia survived Æthelred's troubled reign and eventually produced even more successful kings like Æthelbald and Offa suggests that Cenred's abdication did not cause lasting damage to the kingdom's fundamental strength and resilience. Perhaps the most important aspect of Cenred's legacy is not any specific political or ecclesiastical outcome, but rather the questions his life raises and the challenge his choices present. In an age that often assumed political power was the highest human achievement, and that successful kings should cling to authority as long as possible, Cenred demonstrated that there were alternative values and different definitions of success. His willingness to walk away from what most people would consider the pinnacle of human accomplishment challenges assumptions about what makes life meaningful and worthwhile. For those who find inspiration in Cenred's story, his example suggests that it is possible to make radical choices in pursuit of deeply held convictions, even when those choices defy social expectations and require enormous personal sacrifice. His journey from throne to cloister demonstrates that people can change. can reorder their priorities, can let go of identities and achievements that no longer serve their deeper purposes. This message of possible transformation and renewal resonates across centuries and cultures. For those who are more skeptical about Cenred's choices, his story raises important questions about the limits of personal conviction and the obligations that individuals have to others who depend on them. Can personal spiritual callings ever justify abandoning responsibilities to communities and institutions? How should believers balance interior religious experience against external duties and commitments? These questions remain relevant for anyone who must navigate the tension between personal desires or convictions and responsibilities to others. The fact that we have limited information about Cenred's final years in Rome is itself significant. He disappears from the historical record after his arrival in the Eternal City, mentioned only briefly in accounts that note he received the tonsure from Pope Constantine and remained in Rome until his death. This obscurity was probably exactly what Cenred sought. Having renounced the fame and attention that accompanied royal status, he could finally live in the anonymity that allowed for genuine humility and spiritual growth. The former king, who had once been known throughout Anglo-Saxon England, ended his days as just another monk seeking God in the crowded, ancient streets of Rome. His royal past reduced to a biographical footnote that attracted little notice in a city filled with pilgrims and religious seekers from across the Christian world. This deliberate embrace of obscurity stands in stark contrast to how most powerful people throughout history have approached the end of their lives. Kings typically sought to be remembered, to have their achievements commemorated in monuments and chronicles, to establish legacies that would endure beyond their mortal existence. Cenred's apparent indifference to historical memory, his willingness to fade into anonymity after years of prominence, speaks to the authenticity of his spiritual transformation. He had truly let go of the pride and ambition that drive most people to seek recognition and remembrance. The influence of Bede's account of Cenred in the ecclesiastical history of the English people cannot be overstated in shaping how later generations understood and interpreted his life. Bede, writing in the 730s, only a few decades after Cenred's death, presented the king's abdication in generally positive terms. While Bede did not uncritically celebrate the decision, his account of the dying nobleman whom Cenred could not save suggests some ambiguity about the efficacy of royal piety. He portrayed Cenred as a genuinely devout king whose spiritual commitments were sincere, even if they led to the unprecedented decision to abandon his throne. Bede's interpretation proved highly influential because his ecclesiastical history became the standard source for Anglo-Saxon history throughout the medieval period. Later chroniclers who mentioned Cenred typically drew their information from Bede, perpetuating his relatively sympathetic portrayal of the warrior monk king. This historiographical tradition meant that Cenred was remembered when he was remembered at all, as an example of Christian devotion, rather than as a failed king who had abandoned his responsibilities. The framing of his story in religious, rather than purely political terms, helped preserve a generally positive assessment of his choices. The contrast between Coenred's obscure end and the dramatic circumstances of his abdication highlights an important dimension of Christian spirituality, the understanding that true greatness in God's eyes may be very different from what the world celebrates. The king who renounced power made his most dramatic gesture in the public act of abdication, but the real work of spiritual transformation happened in the quiet, undocumented years that followed. The external drama of walking away from the throne was merely the beginning of an internal journey toward holiness that continued until his death. This pattern of dramatic renunciation, followed by years of quiet, humble service, has characterized many Christian saints and spiritual exemplars throughout history. Francis of Assisi's rejection of his father's wealth and embrace of radical poverty is remembered and celebrated. But the saint's real significance lies in the decades of simple service that followed. Antony of Egypt's retreat to the desert makes for compelling narrative, but his lasting influence came through years of patient spiritual discipline and guidance of other seekers. Cenred fits within this tradition of Christian figures, whose most dramatic choices open the door to more important, but less visible transformations. The question of whether Cenred achieved the sanctity he sought is, of course, impossible to answer definitively. Medieval Christianity was cautious about declaring anyone a saint without clear evidence of miracles or extraordinary holiness. There is no indication that Cenred was ever formally canonized, or that a cult of veneration developed around his memory. He remained simply a former king who had become a monk, remembered for his unusual choice, but not celebrated as a miracle worker or official saint of the Church. Yet the absence of formal sainthood does not necessarily mean that Cenred failed in his spiritual quest. Christian theology has always maintained that many holy people, perhaps the majority, live and die without public recognition of their sanctity. These hidden saints, whose holiness is known fully only to God, may actually be more spiritually advanced than those whose virtues are publicly celebrated. Coenred's obscurity in death and afterward might indicate not spiritual failure, but rather the kind of genuine humility that eschews recognition and simply seeks to love and serve God faithfully. The broader medieval tradition of royal sanctity provides interesting context for evaluating Coenred's legacy. Anglo-Saxon England produced several kings who were recognized as saints, Edward the Confessor most famously, but also earlier figures like Oswald and Edmund. These royal saints were typically martyrs who died defending their kingdoms against pagan enemies, or rulers whose extraordinary piety and miracle working during their lifetimes marked them as specially blessed by God. Cenred fit neither pattern. He was neither martyr nor miracle worker, and his claim to sanctity rested entirely on his decision to renounce power, rather than on heroic death or supernatural manifestations. This different path to holiness that Cenred represented, renunciation rather than martyrdom, voluntary poverty rather than miraculous power, may have been less appealing to medieval sensibilities than the more dramatic forms of sanctity embodied by warrior saints or wonder-working kings. Yet it arguably represented a more challenging and perhaps more authentic form of Christian discipleship. It is relatively easy, psychologically if not practically, to die heroically for one's faith in a moment of crisis. It is much harder to live faithfully day after day, year after year, in circumstances that offer no drama or recognition, simply serving God in humble obscurity. The parallels between Cenred's journey and monastic spirituality more broadly are worth exploring. The monastic tradition that developed in Christianity emphasized renunciation, discipline, and the gradual transformation of the self through patient spiritual practice. Monks were not expected to achieve instant sanctity, but to engage in a lifelong process of dying to self and growing in love of God and neighbor. Progress was often slow, setbacks were common, and the goal of perfect union with God was understood to be rarely, if ever, fully achieved in this life. Cenred's spiritual journey appears to have followed this characteristically monastic pattern. His decision to abdicate was not the end of his spiritual quest, but rather the beginning of a new and perhaps more challenging phase. The years in Rome were not a simple arrival at spiritual fulfillment, but a continuing struggle to grow in holiness, to overcome residual attachments to his former identity, to deepen his relationship with God through prayer and discipline. His obscurity in the historical record may reflect the simple truth that most of spiritual growth happens gradually and invisibly, without the dramatic moments that attract chroniclers' attention. The legacy of royal pilgrimage that Cenred helped establish proved to be one of his most enduring contributions to medieval Christian culture. While few kings followed his example of complete abdication, many rulers throughout the medieval period undertook pilgrimages to Rome and other holy sites as expressions of devotion and penance. These royal pilgrimages served multiple purposes: spiritual renewal for the king, demonstration of Christian commitment to subjects, diplomatic opportunity to engage with papal and other ecclesiastical authorities, and sometimes practical escape from political difficulties at home. King Alfred the Great of Wessex, who lived more than a century after Cenred, undertook pilgrimages to Rome as a child and young man, experiences that profoundly shaped his later governance and his vision of Christian kingship. These journeys may have been inspired partly by the precedent that Cenred and others had established, demonstrating that even powerful rulers could benefit from the humility and spiritual discipline that pilgrimage required. Alfred's example, in turn, influenced subsequent generations of Anglo-Saxon and later English monarchs, creating a tradition of royal pilgrimage that persisted through the medieval period. The question of whether Cenred's choices were replicable or applicable to others in positions of authority remains contested. Some would argue that his radical renunciation represented a specific calling for a particular individual in unique circumstances, not a model that others should necessarily follow. According to this view, most Christians in positions of authority are called to exercise their power responsibly and according to Christian principles, not to abandon their posts in pursuit of monastic perfection. Cenred's abdication was exceptional precisely because it was not meant to be the norm. Others might contend that Cenred's example contains universal lessons about the need to prioritize spiritual over worldly concerns, even when that prioritization requires significant sacrifice. While not everyone may be called to literal abdication of responsibility, all Christians face choices about how to balance material and spiritual goods, how to resist the seductions of power and status, how to ensure that earthly commitments do not eclipse heavenly aspirations. In this reading, Cenred's dramatic choice illustrates in extreme form principles that apply more broadly to all believers. The contemporary relevance of Cenred's story may lie precisely in how it challenges modern assumptions about success, fulfillment, and the good life. In cultures that equate happiness with material prosperity, status, and the accumulation of power and influence, the story of a king who voluntarily gave up all of these things presents a countercultural witness. Cenred suggests that there might be forms of wealth that require renouncing material prosperity, kinds of success that looked like failure by worldly standards, paths to fulfillment that run directly counter to society's prescriptions for the good life. For individuals wrestling with questions about career choices, material ambitions, and the proper balance between professional achievement and other values, Cenred's example, while extreme, may offer valuable perspective. His willingness to walk away from what most people would consider the ultimate success in order to pursue what he believed to be a higher calling challenges us to examine our own priorities and to consider whether we might also be clinging to achievements or identities that ultimately do not serve our deepest purposes. The story also speaks to questions about authenticity and integrity. Cenred's internal struggle throughout his reign, the growing sense that he could not fully live according to his values while exercising political power, will resonate with anyone who has felt the tension between external roles and internal convictions. His decision to resolve that tension through radical change, rather than continuing to live with the contradiction, represents one form of choosing authenticity over convenience. While not everyone will or should make such dramatic choices, the underlying question of how to live with integrity when external circumstances seem incompatible with internal values is universally relevant. The relationship between Cenred's personal spiritual journey and the broader Christianization of Anglo-Saxon England deserves consideration. His reign occurred during a crucial transitional period when Christian values were becoming increasingly influential, but had not yet fully displaced traditional warrior culture. The tensions Cenred experienced between Christian ideals and political necessities reflected broader social tensions as Anglo-Saxon society struggled to integrate new religious commitments with established cultural patterns. In this context, Cenred's dramatic renunciation can be seen as part of a broader process by which Christianity was transforming Anglo-Saxon culture. His willingness to prioritize spiritual over political values, even at enormous personal cost, helped demonstrate that Christian faith was not merely a superficial addition to existing culture, but a transformative force capable of reshaping fundamental assumptions about power, success, and human flourishing. Later generations who more successfully integrated Christian principles with political responsibilities built on foundations that pioneers like Coenred had helped establish, even if they did not replicate his specific choices. The tragedy, if there is one, in Coenred's story may lie in the apparent impossibility he experienced of reconciling Christian discipleship with political leadership. His conclusion that he could not serve God faithfully while remaining king suggests either that political power is inherently corrupting, as some Christian traditions have maintained, or that the specific circumstances of 8th century kingship created moral dilemmas that later, more developed political structures might have mitigated. The question of whether Coenred's dilemma was universal or historically specific remains open to debate. What seems clear is that Cenred's earnest struggle with these questions was genuine and profound. He was not looking for easy answers or convenient rationalizations. He wrestled seriously with the moral complexities of Christian kingship, consulted with learned advisors, examined his conscience rigorously, and ultimately made the choice that seemed most faithful to his understanding of what God required. Even those who might question whether his decision was necessary or wise must respect the integrity of his process and the courage of his choice. The silence of the historical record about Coenred's final years invites us to fill that silence with imagination informed by what we know of monastic life and spiritual growth. We can picture the former king rising early each morning to pray, his voice joining with countless others in offering the first worship of each new day. We can imagine him spending hours in contemplation before the tomb of St. Peter, seeking the intercession of the apostle who had also struggled to follow Christ faithfully, despite fears and failures. We can envision him serving the poor who congregated around Rome's churches, seeing in their faces the Christ who had said that service to the least was service to him. These imagined scenes, while speculative in their details, are grounded in the broader patterns of monastic life and spiritual practice that characterized Christianity in Cenred's era. They represent not fantasy, but informed reconstruction of how a sincere monk in early 8th century Rome would likely have spent his days. The specifics may be uncertain, but the general contours of his life can be sketched with reasonable confidence based on what we know of monastic routine and discipline. As Cenred's mortal life drew to its close, we can imagine him facing death with the same faith that had characterized his decision to abdicate. Death was not an enemy to be feared, but a friend to be welcomed. Not an ending, but a beginning. Not defeat, but victory. The warrior king, who had once defended earthly borders, was crossing the final frontier into the eternal kingdom he had sought all along. The monk, who had spent his final years in prayer and service, was about to discover whether his radical faith had been justified. The lack of dramatic miracles or supernatural manifestations associated with Cenred's death should not be read as evidence of spiritual failure. The Christian tradition has always maintained that the truest sanctity is often hidden, that God's greatest work in human souls may be invisible to external observers, that the saints who attract the least attention may be the holiest. Coenred's quiet death and unmarked grave may indicate not the absence of holiness, but rather its most authentic form. Humble, hidden, seeking no recognition or reward beyond the approval of the God he had served. And so, the warrior monk king of Mercia fades from history as quietly as he had lived his final years. No great monuments preserve his memory. No miracles mark his tomb. No cult of veneration developed around his name. He remains a footnote in the vast chronicle of Anglo-Saxon history, a king who ruled briefly, abdicated unexpectedly, and died in obscurity. Yet for those who look more closely at his story, who consider the questions his choices raised and the witness his life embodied, Cenred emerges as a figure of profound significance. He reminds us that power is not the ultimate good, that success by worldly standards may mask spiritual poverty, that the greatest courage sometimes involves letting go rather than holding on. He challenges our assumptions about what makes life meaningful and worthwhile. He demonstrates that it is possible to change course dramatically, to reorder priorities radically, to let go of achievements and identities when they no longer serve our deepest purposes. Most importantly, he testifies to the reality of spiritual goods that transcend material prosperity and earthly authority, goods that he believed were worth any sacrifice to obtain. Whether we view Cenred as a saint or a fool, as a spiritual hero or a confused ruler who misunderstood his calling, his story continues to provoke thought and challenge assumptions more than 13 centuries after he walked away from his throne. In a world still dominated by the pursuit of power, wealth, and status, the warrior monk king of Mercia offers an alternative vision, one that prizes renunciation over accumulation, humility over ambition, spiritual wealth over earthly prosperity. His life poses questions that each generation must answer anew. What is truly worth pursuing? What gives life meaning and purpose? What would we be willing to sacrifice for what we believe to be ultimate truth? As we close this long journey through Coenred's remarkable life, from his birth in the halls of Mercian power, through his reign as warrior king to his final years as a humble monk in Rome, we are left with an image that captures the essence of his transformation. Picture, if you will, the former king, no longer young, kneeling in prayer before the tomb of St. Peter as the sun sets over ancient Rome. His royal robes have long been exchanged for a monk's simple habit. His crown has been replaced by the tonsure that marks his religious commitment. His voice, once raised in royal councils dispensing justice and commanding armies, now whispers prayers of petition and thanksgiving. In this quiet scene, far from the halls of power where he once ruled, Cenred found what he had been seeking all along, not the peace that comes from worldly success or political achievement, but the deeper peace that comes from knowing he had followed his conscience faithfully, had responded to what he believed was God's calling for his life, had let go of everything the world valued to pursue the one thing that truly mattered. Whether that pursuit led to the sanctity he sought, whether his radical choice was necessary or wise, whether his life offers lessons or merely poses questions, these are matters each person must judge according to their own understanding and conviction. What remains certain is that Cenred lived and died with remarkable courage and consistency, following his spiritual convictions wherever they led, even when the path required abandoning everything he had achieved and everything society expected of him. In an age when kings were supposed to cling to power until death removed them from their thrones, he voluntarily walked away. In a culture that equated success with political authority and military prowess, he chose poverty and obscurity. In a world that measured greatness by earthly achievements, he sought treasures that could not be seen or counted. And now, dear listener, As this long tale draws to its close, and your own eyes grow heavy with approaching sleep, let the example of Cenred the warrior monk king remind you that life's deepest meanings are often found not in the accumulation of power or the achievement of worldly success, but in the courage to follow your deepest convictions, the wisdom to know what truly matters, and the faith to pursue goods that transcend the temporary pleasures and achievements of this passing world. May you sleep peacefully tonight, carried gently into dreams by this ancient story of a king who gave up his crown, a warrior who laid down his sword, a powerful man who embraced powerlessness, all in pursuit of something he believed was worth any sacrifice, the love of God and the peace of a soul finally aligned with its true purpose. Rest well, knowing that whatever your own struggles and questions, you are not alone in wrestling with how to live with integrity and purpose in a complex and challenging world. Good night, sweet dreamer. May the story of Cenred accompany you into peaceful rest, and may you wake refreshed and ready to face whatever choices and challenges tomorrow brings. Sleep well, and thank you for joining me on this journey through the remarkable life of one of Anglo-Saxon England's most intriguing and spiritually significant rulers.